Oh boy. I've been waiting all week for this. Seriously. Hi everyone. It's just a couple of us watching for right now. I think it's just me and you, barely bearable. So yes, well, for those of you watching after the fact, hi, this is the 500 live stream live. That's five. Boy, I can't talk today. The 500 subscriber live stream as promised from like I don't know how many videos I put this in, but um yeah, y'all get to hear me screw up live. Oh boy, I got bottles of water like ready to go because I know the first question somebody's going to ask at some point is it hot in there? Yes. Yes, it is. Very hot in here. So I kind of came on here not sure what I was going to do because it's 5 hours of time that I have. But there should be a link in the description in the side chat for anybody. Literally anybody can join this. I'll be posting it the entire time. It's going to be fun. I just want people to jump up and join me. Um, Young Earth. So I should probably just like talk a little bit about how I ended up doing Young Earth because Young Earth is kind of a very niche thing. It was because there was this guy. Okay, there's this guy named he goes by God420 on Discord where I usually hang out, right? And he wanted me to do flat Earth. Everybody is doing flat Earth. Like I know like a dozen channels that do that shit. It's so stupid. But in short, like I didn't want to do that, but I wanted to do something just as equally ridiculous. And so it just so happened that when I was in Discord, the Discord that I go is a politics and religion server. Please go check them out. They're actually like super cool. And I'm actually one of the server mods. I'm one of the enforcers for the server. So the guy that runs it, he goes by Blackout, and he had Kent Hovind up as a stage. And all Kent Hovind wanted to talk about was that the Earth was 6,000 years old. And I'm like, no, it's not. And every time that he brought something up, I'm like, no, that's because of this, or that's because of that. So I was just like, okay, well, fine, we'll just start taking. And well, wouldn't you know it, like right as I started my channel, the dumb SOB decided, hey, I'm gonna do this whole seminar series. Huh. Seminar series, right? So I'm like, okay, well, we've done a couple of videos on him already, and like in the middle of it, this seminar started up. Okay, well, I guess I'll just start like doing that. And I would come out with it, and it would start coming out like it would come out like usually Monday or Tuesday. This was before I started like the Monday show, Friday show. Let's get that settled. And so yeah, I'm like, okay, well, I'll just start doing them when I have a chance. And then I started doing them every week because he came out with one every week, and I'm like, oh, good, I got weekly content. But I don't want to just be Young Earth. I want to be like counter apologetics just as a furry. And we'll get into the furry thing later and how this actually became a full-time thing. So so we're sitting in there, and I'm like, okay, well, one after the other after the other. Like everybody's on Discord is telling me you've got to come up with a regular schedule. You can't just do this like when you feel like it. Okay, fine. We'll do the Monday night. We'll do that on Monday. And then we kept trying to think of what to do for the Friday show. What should that be named? Because the Young Earth Takedown sounds really neat. And then I was like, I saw a little video on fucking around and finding out. And I'm like, oh, I could do Faith Around and Find Out. And so Faith Around and Find Out became the name of the Friday show. Faith Around and Find Out Friday. So I think we started this like about 9-ish months ago. And it started just, okay, this is what we're going to get into to start while people are joining and people are jumping on stage. By the way, if you want to get on stage, you will get on stage, because I do want people to talk to and screw around with. But to start, we're going to like talk a little bit about how the channel actually got started, because I get asked about that and why I do this in a costume. And there's a specific person that made this happen, and he goes by Darth Dawkins, and it was my first video that I ever did. We'll look at that in here in a minute. But what Darth did is he started like pointing out that I'm a furry, and started to say like, oh, don't listen to him, he's a furry, and he's so terrible, and meanwhile his arguments are just absolute like shit. Tried to find the right word for it. I think the right word is shit. Yeah, that's the right word. So I decided, okay, well, he has the same argument that he does every single time. And yeah, it's not good. It's really bad. So what we're gonna do, I just wanted to make sure my mic was working. So what we're gonna do is we're actually going to go over and watch the first video together. It's shitty. My first video is actually really, really bad. The quality is trash. I mean, you'll see. If you haven't watched it yet, you're in for a treat of how, like, you think the 2 throw blankets are bad. Bitch, you ain't seen nothing yet. Let me pull it up real quick. I have to get my glove off. But we're going to add it to stage. Yeah, like I said, it was really bad. That's literally just like a table blanket that I hung up because I couldn't find anything else at the time. And I was just like, I want to get this done. It's just going to be a one-time thing, and that'll be that, and we'll just have fun with it. And yeah. So here, we'll get it started here in a second. No, Felicia, you're not too late. There should be a link in the description, link in the chat. I haven't added the description yet, but let me copy another invite if you want to come up and join us. There. So I'm going to get this started here in a second. Let's see. Fuck me sideways. I'm going to go all the way over to that screen. Hi, I'm Corsi, or Corsi Stardust on Discord. I have been brought out to make a video on an absolute garbage of a religious debater that goes by Darth Dawkins. Hi, Darth. I know you'll be watching this. Like I said, the audio is absolute trash. You can tell I've had a much better microphone at this point. But oh my goodness, that little boom mic, it sounds great on Discord. It sounds terrible on YouTube. This, and I really don't care what you have to say after this. I know you are going to play it in your channel and try to make fun of everything you see in front of you. Now, the thing, like, I know he watched it because he made one comment about it to somebody. It's like, oh yeah, I saw it. It's not worth it. The reason why he won't address it is because of what I just did. I set him up and said, I know you're going to watch this on your channel and we're going to review it. But because I did that, he didn't, to prove me wrong. I wanted him not to respond to this. Yes, I am an asshole, but I'm a professional one. I just enjoy how truly clueless you are and have been over the years. I'm in my costume because you tend to use the fact that I'm a furry as a way to dismiss my words and logic. Like I said, like every time he'll just say, "Oh, he's a furry." I'll bring up good points, as you can see. Like I've got a channel of good points, but like, oh, he's a furry. Just ignore him. Don't even bother with him because he doesn't want people to debate me because he's fucking afraid. That's what he is. Stop it. Now, I won't use your past and background as a reason to dismiss you. By the way, his past and background, not very colorful. Not very well. Actually, it's very colorful, but not very good. So Darth has. How can I put this without getting myself into too much trouble? Um, Abusive. We'll say abusive. And he's currently divorced, and his kids don't want to see him. Yeah, he's in bad shape. Instead, I will just attack your absolute trash script you've been posting out about lately. Unfortunately, as of late, it's been hard to get recordings of you debating atheists, as it seems all the intelligent ones can't be bothered with talking to you anymore. I hate this video so much because I'm gonna point something out to you guys, and you don't see it. I do. Look at where my eyes are. My eyes, I have follow me eyes on the costume, so you can kind of look, and I will always be sort of looking to you because that's just the way follow me eyes work in the fursuits. But my head is facing down, and that's because I'm doing this, and I'm reading directly off of the screen. And I didn't notice it until after the video was released and it was up on YouTube. I got much better at that. Just a little. So I've had to go through some of your past recordings to get some of your audio for this video. Anyway, so instead of telling you, the audience, what he says, I'll let him. This was my first idea for the audio demon. And the audio demon was, I haven't mentioned the audio demon yet, but the idea for a character to be the one that's feeding me all these sound clips. And it started out like what you're about to hear. And I hadn't actually addressed it. I addressed it a couple of videos later where I start conversing with Demon, but tell you what he says. This is so bad. The audio is so bad. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Darth.
Ultimate authority,
ultimately actual,
groundable being,
ultimately grounded.
ultimate foundation to everything.
So I started putting these together. Keep in mind, at this point, I'm using Windows Movie Maker. I've got better programs now. I've got better programs for my other screen now. But this was all done with Windows Movie Maker. And I couldn't figure out for the fucking life of me on how to do a normal widescreen video. So that's why everything's like so short and the sounds are so weird because Windows Movie Maker sucks. So what I'm doing is I'm sitting here. I'm also using a different program. I don't remember what the hell it was, but it was to capture audio off the screen, off my feed. And so what I didn't realize is that it was picking up my microphone too. So I'll rewind this a little bit, and you'll actually hear on the audio me working with a jig. I'm working with a jig. I braid paracord for fun. you'll hear me working with a jig, and I have like it's a bunch of clinking. That's actually me trying to stay quiet because I didn't know how to mute the fucking microphone. I'm not kidding. I was this bad.
Being ultimate foundation to everything.
Him tell you what he
Here you
says.
go.
Go ahead, Darth.
Ultimate authority, ultimately
The ground of all being.
ultimately grounded.
That little clink clink, that was me.
Foundation to everything.
God, he does say that a lot, doesn't he?
It's literally his only trick. It's the only thing that he does is what is a single ultimate foundation to everything, huh? If you can't tell me, then it must be God. I win, ha!
This is Darth's level of dishonesty. See, he is rewording the one and the many problem. You know, that thing that philosophers have been discussing for centuries, but no one has ever come up with an actual answer. To prove this, I'll just quote the University of Massachusetts.
The problem of finding the one thing that lies behind all things in the universe is called the problem of the one and the many. Basically stated, the problem of the one and the many begins from the assumption that the universe is one thing. Because it is one thing, there must be one unifying aspect behind everything.
And you can see at this point, I'm actually staring at the camera. Because I got nothing to say. I'm just staring at the camera. What I'm doing at this point is I'm sitting there behind the mask in my head going 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, 4 1,000, 5 1,000, 6 1,000, 7 1,000. So I know how long I need to wait on camera staring at the fucking camera. Yeah, I got better.
But here's the thing for old Darthy. We don't have
Hey,
to
Blaze.
know
Welcome
what
to the
the
channel.
answer is
There's
to
a link in the
understand there
description. There's
is
a link in the
something
chat if
or
you want to.
something.
I'll shut that off so you can actually hear me and that thing later on. Blaze, there's actually a link on the side chat if you want to join me on the stage, and you can just come on up. Get your suit on if you have one. Bunnies are awesome, and you're awesome because you're a bunny. Cats are awesome too, I suppose, and bears. We need a lion, and a tiger to come in, and then we have Alice in Wonderland as long as Barely Bearable's still here.
But here's the thing for old Darthy. We don't have to know what the answer is to understand there is something or somethings that substantiates the universe.
Keep in mind, you saw how well timed that I don't know thing was? That was done. I had to react to nothing. There is no audio I'm reacting to. I'm just like jumping back. And I had to time it. I'm sitting there lining it up. And this was like early me. I having no idea what I was doing. This was the most happy point in this video, was timing that reaction to not hearing anything to react to. My first actual video, and I'm proud of it. It's stupid, I know, but yeah, my thing.
Shut up, Darth, and stop over talking. Even if we don't know what the answer is, we can still use logic and reasoning to understand what is truth and what isn't, by understanding that there is some kind of one thing. It's not the atheist that is stating they know. It's the theist that says they know. But Darth will hand-wave dismiss any attempt to force Darth.
You can see I'm still staring down at the script. The entire time, I'm just staring down at the script going, yeah, I'm reading this. Okay, everything's going to be fine. I'm going to be reading it. I didn't even realize, like, you know what? Maybe I should look at the camera, not the script, or at least have the head be looking at the camera.
To answer with evidence other than him saying.
Should say the impossibility of it. It's a reductio ad absurdum.
I don't know why I left that in. I probably should have re-recorded, but I bumped the mic. I was so bad. It was really bad. I'm sorry.
Reductio ad absurdum.
Which we all know is a complete dodge of the question. All Darth has done and continues to do is ask an impossible question, and when it can't be answered, he plugs his deity in and says it solves the problem when it doesn't.
Nope. God does not solve the problem of the one and the many at all. He is the problem, or his existence is a one and the many problem. But I actually explained in the video, so I'll let that do
Now,
the thing.
could it? Maybe. But occasionally, Darth does answer the question of why
Oh,
it's
Darth
his
Dawkins.
God.
Darth Dawkins is absolutely ridiculous. He's like the definition of stupid. He never knows what he's actually talking about. He has no idea, and he just spouts off $2 words like they're going out of style. Okay, just gotta make sure my paw was still on my lap. I've been dropping it.
God.
The laws of logic.
Three co-equal distinctions.
The Trinity.
You know, Corsi, you could have cut it off instead of just staring at the camera like you're cool.
So it's that his God exists, and the concept of the Trinity being a many, and all being God being a one.
What was that? I didn't hear you because I literally made no sense right there. It's like I'm very confused. I was confused about trying to act confused.
Well, fuck. I guess he's right. And oh wait, it's absolute bullshit. The laws of logic are axioms we use to describe things and events in our universe. Reason is a product of the mind. We have minds so we can reason. Having said that, logic is separate from reason.
Logic is separate from reason. As long as you understand that, like everything just starts to fall apart from the theistic point of view. When they say that God is the responsibility, God gives us the ability to reason there, and God insubstantiates the laws of logic. God doesn't do shit.
The laws of logic still hold true, even if there is no mind to reason them.
Now, I'm going to give an example here on the camera, on the video. No one's been able to counter this yet. And I've brought this up to many, many Christians, and they haven't had anything for it yet. Nothing.
For example, as you watch this, you're either on a phone, a tablet, a computer, or some sort of device, a Raspberry Pi for crying out loud. That object.
I got to pause there. So, the Raspberry Pi thing. So there's a person that actually goes on Discord through a Raspberry Pi. I'm not even joking. He goes on Discord through a computer that is powered just by a Raspberry Pi. And like he has full audio, full everything. So I added the Raspberry Pi bit in for him. He goes by God420. I should point out that his other failed personas, especially his or her flat earth. He was a flat earther? I know he's a young earther. I didn't realize he was a flat earther. Are you, Felicia, are you kidding me? Please tell me you're joking. No, I can't believe that he'd actually be that stupid. Like young Earth stupid, I can understand. Young Earth stupid, I can see him being. Flat Earth stupid, no. I do. Oh my goodness. Holy cow. Okay. I'm going to, next time I see him, I'm going to bring that up to him. I'm going to point that out to him because I know where he goes. He goes on the politics server. He's actually banned from politics and religion, which makes it a very much better place. But he has his own channel on the politics server. I'm gonna ask him about being a flat earther, because that'd be funny.
Has identity. It is itself.
Hold on.
Has sort of device, a Raspberry Pi for crying out loud. That object has identity. It is itself. Now, imagine if all minds in the universe just stopped existing, leaving everything else behind, and your device is left where you stood. Would it still be itself? Yes. Or A equals A. Could it be a chair? No. So A does not equal B. Would it still exist? Yes. Because it can't exist and also not exist. Following me here?
What I just gave an example of in that point was those are the three laws: the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of excluded middle. So I didn't put it in that. I should have, because this was my first video. Sue me. But the law of identity, excluded middle, and non-contradiction still count and still will hold true, even if there isn't a mind to conceive of them. There is no mind necessary for the laws of logic to exist.
So at no point do those laws need a mind to substantiate them, only to realize them. This is how a mind realizes those laws. Thus, reason is separated from the laws of logic themselves. Now, since there is no mind needed for those laws to be true, they must therefore be brute facts. Axioms. So there we go. The laws of logic and mind-dependent reason do not need God to exist for them to be part of reality. Now,
well, of course, I mean, with, hold on, let me move my mic, because I'm literally, I have a piece of microphone piece here. Yeah, I've been having to look around my microphone to see what you guys have been saying, because I had the microphone stand kind of a little in the way. But that's funny though. I mean, it wouldn't shock me. I mean, he is dumb enough. He could potentially think the Earth is flat, but man, the stupid thing is, like, flat earthers are like, I mean, he must have been trained by flat earthers when it comes to the ability to dodge a question. Because flat earthers, if you try to have a conversation with them, oh man, they are dodging every little bit that they can. They will not answer a question, or they will, like, make something stupid up, like pretend not to realize that you're arguing for a globe. It's so bad. I don't even talk to flat earthers anymore, because they're just frustrating to deal with. But back on to the little Darth video. I think we're only like a little more than halfway through it. But
on to the Trinity thing. Darth and other Christians will try and say that God is both a one and a many, and is thus the solution to the one and the many problem. But what they just ignore is,
I don't even know what that sound was. But looking back when I was recording, at this point, okay. So at this point for my videos, I'm sitting here like recording as I'm going, right? So I'll take the head off, I'll take the hands off, and I'll start like putting the video together as I go. And I found out later that just keeps me in the suit for like a few hours. So I was getting like, it was getting hot, it was getting uncomfortable. I'm like, I got to get this stupid thing off. I can't wait to get this off. Now I do all the recording all at once, and if I screw up, I just keep going, and I re-record on the same track. And I'm usually in the suit for maybe an hour at most. But back then, Oh God! By the time the video was over, I just hated life. Um, my brain was cooking. I'd be like, "Ah, no, I'm fucking done. I just hit the microphone. I'm sorry. But we'll keep going with this Trinity thing.
Coming closer.
See, now a smart person would have zoomed the camera in right there. But this was my first video, and I leaned in.
It's a secret.
And you'll hear why this was stupid in a second.
That describes the problem.
Terrible audio. I forgot that you have to speak directly into the microphone for it to actually pick up anything. And so when I sat there and started doing it over here, the audio quality was absolute shit, and I completely forgot. So now I just, like, if I want to do a zoom in, I only creep in a little bit on my own, and I zoom the camera in. I have to keep my mouth. That's why the microphone, the audio quality has gotten better over the months.
This Father, Son, and Holy Spirit thing is exactly the description of the problem. Let's bring back the one and the many problem. There's from the University of Massachusetts.
The problem of finding the one thing that lies behind all things in the universe is called the problem of the one and the many. Basically stated, the problem of the one and the many begins from the assumption that the universe is one thing. Because it is one
Again, this entire time I'm going 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, 4 1,000.
thing, there must be one unifying aspect behind everything.
One unifying aspect. One. But God is three aspects. He just calls God. Just like a cloud is made up of smaller particles called water droplets, just because the ground is made up of smaller particulars of dirt, rock, water, and so on, his God is made up of particulars called the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Yep. The Trinity is a problem because it's three aspects in one that come together. It makes a whole lot more sense when you hear the rest.
So the big question for Darth is this.
He's never answered this question, will not address it, and it's been asked to him about 1,000 times. By me, by Tom Rabbit, a few other people. J.L. Warren did it to ask him. He won't answer this question because he doesn't know how.
What is the unifying aspect of the three aspects of God to make them God?
Like I said, I pointed that out to him, and he said, "Oh, it doesn't make any sense." I'm like, well, answer the question. What's the unifying aspect? God. Oh, wait a minute. Can't be God.
And since that question can even be asked due to the attributes you have assigned it, the Christian God cannot be the ultimate, and there still must be something greater that unifies them. And don't get cheesy and say it's God, because that's already been addressed. So by Darth's own argument, something has to exist to unify his own God. And it can't be God, as his God would be the result of the unification and not the method.
There it is. The unifying aspect of the three aspects of God to make them God can't be God because the method can't be the result. Hive Science. How's it going? Welcome to the show. If you want, there should be a link to the live stream if you want to come up and join. Because I'm really taking like anybody that wants to come up. If you have a fursuit, bunny ears, whatever, I don't care.
So the Christian God in the Christian worldview can't be the answer. Cute, isn't it? But since the Christian worldview claims it is, there is a contradiction. God cannot both be the ultimate and depend on the ultimate. By the laws of non-contradiction, the Christian God can't exist. Now, how fast do you think it is going to be to set Darth off with that?
Same day. Same day. He watched it the exact same day it came out. Because later on that day, like if you watch from the beginning of this, I point out and say, Darth, I know you're going to look at this on your channel. I know you're going to review it. So he didn't. He just made one little side comment. But oh boy, was he mad that entire week. And this was why. But the only thing that he said was like, oh yeah, I saw it. It's stupid. He was so mad. Anybody that ended up like bringing this up to him, and several people did, many people brought this up to him. Anytime it was brought up to him, they got server muted on Discord. It was brilliant. It was so hilarious. He's just sitting there ripping everybody, like cutting everybody off because he didn't know how to answer this question. So, yeah, sucks to suck.
I would say he's already either fuming or trying to laugh it off by saying it doesn't make any sense and he doesn't have a script.
Ultimate
The
authority.
laws of logic. The laws of
Three co-equal distinctions. It's a reduction.
The laws of logic.
Three co-equal distinctions. It's a distinction.
The laws of logic.
It's a three co-equal distinction.
Okay, that's enough of that. See ya, Darth. You're done. 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 You're on server mute. I'm going to server mute. If you don't stop, I'm going to kick you out of this room.
This was all ad-lib, by the way. I had no idea I was going to do that until I did it. But that's basically what Darth will do. He'll just sit there and start warning people exactly on the little tantrum that I'm having right now. And oh my God, it's hilarious. It is absolutely hilarious to watch.
Room. Because this is my room. And I'm going to kick you out of my room.
And that was it. No outro, no anything else. Just that. So, don't laugh. Please. No, laugh. So yeah, I wanted to put a good Darth video together, and that's what I came up with. I did a new one later on, and when I pointed out that he was a young Earther, so he kind of fit with the show's theme at that point. But yeah. Anyway, we got, let's see, where are we? We're about 45 minutes in. That means I got 4 hours and 15 minutes left to go. Yay! Get me for 5 fucking hours. Holy crap. That's a good ultimate answer. Yeah. I gave him his ultimate answer. Because if you think about it, like, when it comes to the Trinity, and they say, oh yeah, it's the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, it's like, okay, So who is God? Well, they all are. Well, okay. So Jesus is God? Yeah. The Father is God? Yeah. The Holy Spirit's God? Yeah. So you have three gods. No, we have one. So how does that work? Oh, it's a God's nature. He has three natures. And I'm like, I mean, Jesus actually physically came down to the planet, so that's more than just a nature. That's a thing, a living thing separated. He identifies himself separated from God on multiple occasions. On multiple occasions in the Bible, he says, "Oh yes, my Father is greater than I." So Jesus is a lesser being than Yahweh. So that means that all three of them are individually and collectively somehow God. So, what is the unifying aspect of those three aspects of God to make them all individually and collectively God? And if there is a unifying aspect that must therefore be more powerful than God, why don't Christians worship that? It is the more powerful being, it is the more powerful thing. So, I mean, you can sit there and say, "Oh, but I worship God, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, and holy shit, and fuck me." Um, Someone's gonna clip that. Please don't. My favorite fun fact about the Trinity is that the Father, Son, and the Spirit are all all male, and they're one God, which makes them literally a same-sex union. Okay. I didn't. Okay. I. To be fair, I didn't know the Holy Spirit had a gender. I always thought the Holy Spirit was like genderless because I've never heard of the Holy Spirit anywhere that holy fuck. Whew. Does that make them incestuous too, since it's dad and son? So now God and Jesus and God Jesus and God the Father. So what? They're now in a same-sex same-sex incestuous coupling with their third wheel, the Holy Spirit, who's identifying as a they them. Is that what we got? Oh shit, yeah, that's right. The Holy Spirit is the one who knocked up Mary. That means he had to have him, he had to be male. You'll be endowed with the Holy Spirit. Oh my God. I can just picture Jesus up in heaven being the top for daddy. And him just saying, it's like, "I'm going to fill you with my Holy Spirit. Come on, bitch." You all just got a visual there. I know every single person watching this just got that as a visual. Please tell me you did. I hope you did. Because damn, that'd be funny. The Holy Spirit is what Yahweh calls his penis. Come on, suck on my Holy Spirit. Let me link the, hold on, invite, copy. Okay. So again, that's the link to the stream. Probably here in about an hour, we're going to go through and do the Ark and the Darkness. If you guys want, for now, we can open up and do my second video that was on morality. But I think it's with Mr. Batman. You guys want to do morality with Mr. Batman? It has a funny opening. It is a very cute opening and a very cute closing. It was one of my favorite openings and favorite closings that I ever did. It was my second video. Okay, let's do this. Fuck me. I want to get that off of there. Do that. I had to set this whole thing up different for this. Oh, and Blaze, you did the pride flags a little bit ago. You're gonna like this. All right, let's get this. Present. Share screen. I put the pride flag in the back because it's Mr. Batman. So I stuck a pride flag up to piss him off. That's the only reason the pride flag is there for this one. All right. Well, I guess this is a thing now. The truth is, I was never going to keep in the costume. The truth is, I was never going to stay in the costume. I'm not even kidding. The idea was I was going to do the one video with Darth, and for the follow-ups, everything else was going to be out of the costume. So I was going to end up taking a long time. I showed the Darth video to everybody on Discord, and they said, "Oh no, you've got to make more videos." I said, "Oh, I was only going to do the one because just to give the middle finger to Darth." "Oh no, you have to do more. You did really well." And I'm like, "For a first video?" It was, "Oh yeah, for a first video, that was fantastic." And I'm like, "All right, but you have to do them with the suit on." Why? It's funnier to do counter apologetics from a fursuit. Because the fact that I'm doing it from a fursuit was that much more insulting. So that became the thing.
Hello, it's me again. I am Corsi Stardust on Discord, and this is the Fluffy Atheist.
We came up with the name literally day one. Originally, it was coming out, and the name was just Corsi the Husky was the channel name, and I came up with that, and we quickly threw ideas together and came up with the Fluffy Atheist. Now now everybody knows me as the Fluffy Atheist. 9 months later, and oh yeah, Corsi, yeah, he runs the channel, the Fluffy Atheist. All right, now I when I open up a custom room, the custom room name is Fluffy Atheism.
Welcome. My last video got a few nice comments on Discord and a few choice comments on Discord. So here we are again for round 2. This time, not Double D. He's got his double D's in a twist anyway. No, for this round, we're talking about a different hunk of garbage that goes by Mr. Batman.
Go ahead, boy. Show me the truth. Show me.
That clip is literally not, it's not just one version where I just overdid it a bunch of times. He says, "Okay, boy, show me the truth, show me," on several different occasions, and he has the same cadence every time. I think, no, the one that I'm waiting on, I swear to God, Barely Bearable. I'm waiting for Kent Hovind to do a Whack an Atheist on me. If Kent Hovind does whack an atheist on me, I know I've made it. I know I've done well. I know I've made it. I'll probably get like a few thousand more subscribers like within 5 minutes. But I want to be on Whack an Atheist so bad.
Sure, no problem. Now, Mr. Batman is a preacher and allegedly a substitute science teacher. He got fired from his job twice for hate speech.
No kidding. That actually happened. Mr. Batman, while employed with a school, went out and did preaching, sidewalk preaching with a big megaphone, giant speaker at a pride festival. So he's at this pride festival, and people complain to the school because parents of children at his school saw him there. Yeah, and then they complained to the school and said, "Yeah, we got to let you go." And that's that. And he got fired. He went to another place. That place found out what he did, and they fired him immediately.
What kind of hate speech? If you asked him, he'd call it street preaching. Ask anybody else, and it's about homophobic slurs, insulting behavior, which reflected poorly on the schools he was working for. And yet, this guy, his favorite argument is about morality. I'm not even kidding. Mr. Batman is a moral objectivist, but I'll let him tell you his beliefs.
The moral lawgiver and the morality that comes from the living, loving, logical law doing. The moral lawgiver, God's moral, the law of the Lord.
So, our moral.
Yep. He loves doing like the laws of logic, the God's laws, moral laws, and he brings it up like in every single conversation. And he is one of the most immoral people that is an apologist that I know. I mean, I do know some that are worse. People like Darth, for one. Another person that's really bad, he goes by P. Mars. He's a Darth acolyte, and he's absolutely horrible. But yeah, Mr. Batman is one of the worst pieces of trash in humanity for stuff like this. Felicia, do it. Have fun with it. I mean, if you're gonna do it, like even if you do like a once a month show, like at the start of the month, do it. I decided to do twice a week, and man, it's a lot of work. It is a lot of work. But what I like to do is I pull up a video that just I found interesting, and I'll start addressing it. Like I've got another one in the works for Friday already. I've just started the script on it. I'll have that finished probably tomorrow afternoon.
Morals come from God, huh? Well, then if morality is objective, why do so many people have a different moral set? They're all slightly different. And I'm not talking about in the world as a whole. I'm talking about from Christian to Christian.
No joke. You ask a couple of different Christians on what they think is moral or immoral, chances are they're going to disagree on a lot of occasions because even they don't agree on what is or isn't moral. Not on everything. Felicia by Nature. I'll actually have to have a look at that. I want to look at your channel too because it should be fun. Bad YouTube interface. Of course it's bad YouTube interface. YouTube sucks.
For example, Interviewing several different Christians on simple things like morality of treatment of others, Mr. Batman says,
You know, people keep telling me that it's wrong for me to be in judgment. Did you know there's a whole book in the Bible called Judges? That tells us how us righteous people should judge sinners.
That's not what Judges actually says. That is nothing to do with what the book of Judges actually says. Nothing. One of the things that I want to do soon is I actually want to do I really enjoyed doing the deep dive on the book of Joshua. That was a lot of fun. I really had a good time doing that. What I want to do is I want to do a deep dive on the book of Judges. Because I know there's a lot of reprehensible things happening in that one too. Yeah, just to show stuff like that. And I think I have that clip of Mr. Batman doing that little bit, and I want to pull that out and bring it back into the light. But I might see if I could find the actual video where he does it instead of just the audio, because this was back when I was just doing audios and not video.
keeping in mind when he said that, it sounded like he was on a loudspeaker. Because he was. Mr. Batman was sitting just outside a Pride festival and shouting at the folks just trying to enjoy the festival. Regardless, this is Mr. Batman using the Bible as an excuse for his personal hate boner.
Yep. The funny thing is, this wasn't the one that actually got him fired. He got fired from his job and kept doing it, knowing that people don't see that as a good thing, knowing that people see as what he is doing is immoral. He keeps doing this thing that society is saying is immoral. And his favorite topic is morality. Man, you can't make this stuff up. I'm telling you.
The book of Judges at no point says it's okay for us to judge others. Instead, the book of Judges talks about God's people screwing up and pissing God off. Then God gets them oppressed because God had a frowny face. God rising up someone as a leader, that leader taking them away from God's punishment by killing or punishing the people God used to enslave or punish his people. And then things go back being all hunky-dory.
I'm not kidding. That actually happens in the book of Judges. God punishes his Israelites by handing them over to the Canaanites to be slaves. They are slaves for 50 years. They're kept in captivity and used as hard slave labor. They are treated well, in fact, through the whole thing. But they don't want to be slaves anymore. So what they do is they ask God to set them free. God appoints somebody and has them rise up to set them free. Now, keep in mind, these Canaanites were given the Israelites from God himself. So instead of just letting the Canaanites go, or telling the Canaanites, hey, we're taking our people back now, because in the Canaanite pantheon, Yahweh is a part of it. So they do believe in the same God the Israelites believed. Instead of just saying, hey, Canaanites, you got to let my Israelites go. We could find somebody else for you to be slaves, but you got to let my Israelites go. They've learned their lesson. Instead of doing that, God has the Israelites kill all the Canaanites, chase any survivors down and kill them too. Oh, and God at one point killed many of the Canaanites himself. And that's all in the book of Judges. It's so bad. The book of Judges is absolutely horrific. If you thought Joshua was bad, this is just as bad.
In short, Judges is God's excuse for genocide because he mad. What a guy! Anyway, so Mr. Batman says this aligns with God's morality.
Oh, Blaze, you have no idea. Like seriously, you're 100% true. The more Christian somebody is, the less their morals matter, because they'll give up any moral high ground that they have to thump that damn Bible as hard as they can.
Morality. The objective morality of God allows him to do this. So there shouldn't be any question on what Mr. Batman was doing. Everyone should completely agree. Well, it seems that other Christians will go with the book of Matthew chapter 7.
Do not judge, or you too will be judged. For in the same way you judge others, you will be judged, and with the measure you use, it will be measured to you. Why do you look at the speck of sawdust in your brother's eye and pay no attention to the plank in your own eye? How can you say to your brother, "Let me take the speck out of your eye," when all the time there is a plank in your own eye? You hypocrite, first take the plank out of your own eye, and then you will see clearly to remove the speck from your brother's eye.
It's a long way of saying those who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. The Bible, like, when someone as immoral as Mr. Batman starts talking about morality, he needs to take the plank out of his own eye before he can take the speck of sawdust out of everybody else's. Because, oh boy, he's bad. Like, really bad.
Seems Mr. Batman needs to take the holy stick out of his unholy behind. Now, Mr. Batman, what would you like to say to those Christians? Now, please, we are going to try and stay civil here.
If you can't tell me pointing out that I'm going to ask him to try to say civil, you already know what's coming, right? Right?
Keep on masturbating, idiot. Porn, keep on masturbating, porn, idiot. Keep on masturbating, idiot.
Holy shit. Okay. I'm going to let Mr. Batman give his general go-to argument for how he starts to prove objective morality.
Okay. I have to give this one with a warning. Mr. Batman has a specific topic that he likes to go over as his go-to topic when it comes to talking about morality. And like most Christians, what they generally will do is they'll bring something up that is very, very extreme. Okay? And when they bring up this very, 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 very extreme thing, it gets bad. So, but we'll let it play. I see there's somebody who's joined. Red Flags. Can you say something in chat real quick?
Okay, look, I'm going to unmute you, Mr. Batman. Please don't say anything completely stupid.
How do you know it's wrong for you to be a pedophile? It's wrong for him to be a pedophile. For you to be a pedophile. Why is it wrong for you to be a pedophile? Don't know why it's wrong for you to be a pedophile. How do you know it's wrong for you to be a pedophile? How do you know it's wrong for you to be a pedophile? To be a pedophile. Is being a pedophile, is that harmful? Don't be a pedophile.
Now, something I want you to notice about that, and Red Flags, I'm going to bring you up right now.
You can just call me Red. Hi.
Hi, Red.
Hi.
So what Mr. Batman does at that point is he brings up the whole P word thing, because he doesn't have anything else. He uses that bit to get servers to mute him and get rid of him. But it was so easy finding them finding instances of him saying this. Like, listen. Whoops. Sorry about that.
Oh, you're okay.
Holy fuck, Mr. Batman. Dude, you go straight to the extreme, don't you? And all the time. Seriously, in cutting clips for this video, it was harder to find videos where he doesn't say this than when he does.
Red, I'm not even kidding.
Oh, you gotta remember too when Mr. Batman talks about PDF files, he's just
yeah. I'm calling them PDF files from now on. Thank you.
Right.
I'm very happy with that.
He's just talking about LGBTQ people. That's what he means when he uses that word.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's a synonym to him. So,
and
he justifies
the video like I'm gay. So he calls me a sinner. He hates me. Every time I'm in the room, he immediately goes to that, and I end up server muting him. I kick him out for an hour.
Does he call you a degenerate?
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely.
I haven't interacted with Mr. Batman in I guess I would say in one-on-one. I've done some coverage of him, but I've interacted with Darth Dawkins, but he won't talk to me because he says I'm a drag queen. So I get it.
Fuck Darth.
Yeah.
No, actually, don't. Don't fuck Darth.
I don't think anybody ever.
Don't.
Yeah. Nobody should do that.
No.
Do you know a channel called Jefferson Spatchcock?
No. But anything having to do with cock, I'm approving.
Well, he covers a lot of Darth Dawkins. He used to cover Mr. Batman back when Mr. Batman was before he had his meltdown or whatever what was that last spring? When he was drunk out on the street yelling at his neighbors and people were videotaping him recording him. Yeah. Where he crashed and burned.
What is that? Oh, it's zero sugar. No wonder. It tasted weird.
Zero sugar.
I was hydrating. Like literally, I'm having to deep throat bottles to hydrate.
I imagine you get pretty toasty. Oh, you got to take it all the way down. Oh yeah.
Yep.
Oh my gosh. That's adorable.
Yeah. Oh man. So I used to work at Walmart, and I would suit up at Walmart for events. Some parent watched me go over and grab a bottle of water and do that. And they complained that their kid, it was sexually explicit for their kid.
Just so you drink water.
Because I was just it. And so the store manager goes, What? It was like, yeah, he was doing something that was very, very inappropriate. And they come over, and the store manager comes up to me and says, what were you doing that was inappropriate? And I'm like, what are you talking about? He said you were in the vestibule doing something inappropriate. What? I grabbed the bottle of water. It's like, did you drink it? Well, yeah. How'd you drink it? Well, I had the head on. Oh my God, what? And so I go, Mary, boss, come here. And so we go over to the vestibule. I grabbed another bottle of water, stuffed it down the muzzle, and drank it with the head on. And she's like, you're drinking water. I was like, yeah, that's all I did.
You
and they said that was like inappropriate. What? Hydrating is inappropriate now. Really? Okay.
Only for furries, though, right? Like clowns can
only
still
for furries,
hydrate.
Yeah. Furries sucking down liquids is going to be very inappropriate. But Tish.
Yeah. Who would have guessed? But I can still drink in public, I guess. That's good.
Oh, I suppose you can drink in public.
Yeah.
You can drink alcohol in public if you wanted to. If you give someone a free association test and say sin, and his immediate response is pedophile. Oh, no. Whoa. Barely Bearable. Obviously you haven't seen the rest of this video. Oh boy. Yeah.
A couple of years ago, he would use this line when he was backed into a corner and losing a debate. Now he goes to it whenever.
Barely Bearable hasn't seen this video. Oh boy. He's going to get a shock.
Because I swear, he thinks it's just an instant win. Thank goodness I never plan on monetizing this channel.
This video was the reason why I didn't monetize this channel and why I had no plans on it. It's because I wanted to be able to say whatever the fuck I want. That's why you can curse on here. Go on, say it.
Anyway. Well, duh. Just about anyone is going to say and think that that is immoral. No shit. But just because no one in their right mind is going to say that it is a moral thing, or hold on. Does everyone think it's immoral? I mean, I know I do. I know everyone he talks to thinks it's immoral. So what does the Bible itself say about the topic?
Oh boy.
Your God, and your God might be a pedophile god.
That's right, Mr. Batman. Let's check with scripture.
Now therefore kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman that hath known man by lying with him. But all the women children that have not known a man by lying with him, keep alive for yourselves.
Now wait.
Yikes! Yikes.
That's in the Bible.
Yep.
But hold on.
That was just one translation from the KJV. Surely that must be a mistranslation.
Now therefore kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman who has known a man intimately. But keep alive for yourselves all the young girls who have not known a man intimately.
Whoa!
Ha ha ha.
That was the new King James, like updated. Okay, let's not go by the King. Obviously.
That was that the KJ NIV was the second time?
The King James and then the New King James.
Okay.
The first one was the King James, the one that they loved to death. And the second one was the New King James, which was that's why I made the updated joke.
Is that that's the one they prefer the one written by the queer the queer monarch from the 15th century, right?
Yep.
That's
of course. Hold on, I go through it. There's a third version.
How about the English Standard Version?
Now therefore kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman who has known man by lying with him. But all the young girls who have not known man by lying with him keep alive for yourselves.
What the actual fuck? Well, even if I wanted to, I can't monetize this video. Batman's Bible is a really fucked up sense of morality when it comes to his favorite talking point. Almost like it seems that people have a higher moral standard than God.
Oh, we have a very higher moral standard than God.
Yeah, I don't like dashing babies' heads against rocks.
No.
That sounds horrible to me.
That's in Psalms 137, right? Or is it 127?
It's in Psalms. I don't know the exact verse, but yeah.
It's 127 or 137. It's one of the two. I can never remember if it's 120 the 20s or 30s. But the thing that you want to pay attention to that like very few people noticed, every video that I have my Rubik's Cubes, right? They're all sitting all over here, and I like them and I like solving them. Watch the Rubik's Cubes in this video when you keep watching, because something's coming up that will make those change. They change every so often. Something happens to the cubes.
Okay, let's get off of that.
Something big is going to happen on this one.
Who is Rebecca? Isaac? Oh, you mean Abraham's kid? Yeah. What about him? Wait, you're saying that Isaac was on the altar ready to be sacrificed when Rebecca was born and Isaac was 26 years old?
It gets better.
And Isaac married and started having children when he was 40. So she was, say that again. No. 14?
Rebecca started having children at 14.
And at some point,
oh no. Hold on.
Does it get worse? Is it going to get worse? Ah!
I'm going to back up because I just cut a bit off. Hold on. Way worse.
And at some points, the math adds up so that she's 3.
3.
Yikes.
3 years. Listen, I'll go over the math here.
Bullshit. Absolute no bullshit. Okay, no. Guys, I will be right back. I'm gonna actually do a little bit of looking up on this because that just sounds crazy. I mean, Mr. Batman said that it was immoral. Be right back. I feel dirty. Okay, here's what I've got.
Replace it with Samuel Adams.
I had to drink to see to out like reading this drove me to drink.
And we're not going to see you deep throat a beer while we watch it.
Oh. But okay, I'll let the old me give the whole thing, and then I'll go over like what a lot of the stuff that I found out even after this. She was actually 5. Rebecca was either 5 years old or 9 years old. And there's a couple of reasons, but
Sarah gave birth to Isaac at the age of 90 in Genesis 17. From here, the Bible references significant time passing of more than a couple of years by stating that time passed. Isaac was a young man when he was almost sacrificed at Mount Moriah in Genesis chapter 22, with Rebekah being born sometime after this, with the reference to time passing in verse 20. In Genesis 23, in the first few verses, Sarah dies at age of 127, which makes Isaac 37 years old, since Sarah was 90 when she gave birth to him. So Isaac would have been in his late 20s, early 30s, and Genesis 22 says sometime later, after the abandoned sacrifice. So Rebekah's birth was not at the sacrifice, it was later. Shortly after Rebekah is born is when Sarah dies, and the argument for this is when other significant time passes, it's mentioned, but there isn't a mention of time passing here. Okay, so in chapter 24, there's another reference to time passing in verse 1, talking about Abraham being very old. The chapter talks about the travel to get Isaac a wife who ends up being Rebekah. Here's what we're getting to. So Isaac was 37 when Sarah died, which was about the same time Rebekah was born, and he married her at 40, according to Genesis 25, verse 20, and then complained to God that she wasn't bearing children in the very next verse.
Yep.
Oh, yikes. So
every reference to time passing is 3 years or more.
And Yahweh couldn't explain to him that, puberty has to happen first, and then...
Nope. Every reference to time passing is 3 years or more. Anything less than 3 years, they don't mention time passing at all. It's just insinuated it's very soon after. So there is no mention of time passing between Isaac's death, Isaac's being put on that altar, and Rebecca being born. But there is time passed. It does say time passed between Rebecca's birth and the time that. Okay, so Rebecca was born when Isaac was. There's no time passing between Rebecca's birth and him being and Isaac being mentioned to be 37. Okay,
I'm with you.
So, yeah, so there's very little time passing between it, like his age at 37 and her birth. But
yeah,
that means it's 2 years or less is between those two events. He is known to have been 37 and then married her at 40. So it is between 3 years and 5 years that Rebecca's age would have been when he married her. It's estimated that at 5 years old, that a small girl at 5 years old back then would have been able to easily pick up water jugs and aid in doing chores for the family, which is what she was doing at the time when Isaac met her.
I want to point out that this is
5 years old.
That this is what happens when you don't have a good editor for your world building. You have to have somebody go back over it and pass back over. Like they would have been great to have someone like do give us like a Tolkien treatment and lay out a timeline, some maps and stuff, so that they get a structure on where people are living when, so that they didn't have these silly. You got people that are 900 years old. You got basically babies having babies in the next chapter, and then it's all over the place because it was written by how many different people for. Over how many hundreds of years?
There is
oldest book of the Bible.
There is a lost gospel of the Bible that says that she was 9, and gave literal age for her of being 9 years old.
Is that like synoptic or whatever?
It's one of the synoptic gospels.
Yeah.
But
some of the synoptic gospels make the Bible a little bit more cool because it turns it into an epic. Like Enoch has giants and battles with monsters and stuff. Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's
really
actually
lights it up.
They should have left them in because that would have been a whole lot more entertaining.
Oh yeah.
But Barely Bearable, we're not there to like the big thing of Mr. Batman yet. We're getting there. Yes, I just said that wasn't the big reveal that I wanted to give you. Let's just stop thinking about this. I'm getting really uncomfortable.
You're God, and your God might be a pedophile god.
Now, the point of all of this is to show that Mr. Batman's go-to comment doesn't really reflect well on Scripture. No matter what way you slice it, no matter what way you cut it, Rebecca was a child when the 40-year-old Isaac married her. Mr. Batman needs to get a pry bar to remove the plank out of his eye for this one. Okay, so let's recap here for a moment. Mr. Batman feels it's morally just to spout what some would consider hate speech, an immoral act. He asks that question in an effort to show morality when his book allows for the thing the rest of us, including himself, think is immoral. But it would appear that in the top two things Mr. Batman preaches, there is a difference of moral opinion. But if moral objectivity is true, there would be no opinion on it, and we would all agree to the same moral propositions. It's like there's something wrong with objective morality. But I can't quite get it out, I mean, it's all relative now, isn't it?
Like, I mean,
Relative. I was very punny when I was doing these first videos. Morals are relative. Moral relativist. Yeah.
Moral relativist?
Oh, don't mute your microphone. Like, literally talk over the video and I'll pause it.
Oh, I was
Like,
honestly, I was lighting this blunt, so.
Oh, that's fine. You can you can do that all you want. Just don't do it on camera. YouTube doesn't like us doing that on camera.
Yeah, that's why I'm not going to go on camera. I'm not today anyway.
I can vape all I want on camera. This is this doesn't have anything in it, just nicotine.
It's if it has fire,
something really cool.
YouTube doesn't like even smoking cigarettes.
I am a fire-breathing husky.
Husky, okay.
Okay, hold on. Let's get back to the thing.
I can keep on this subjective. I mean, I can keep on this subject for a while, but I don't know. I might just have to think about it for a little bit. Okay, so if you didn't catch my sarcasm, Mr. Batman, by your own Bible and by your own lights, morality cannot be objective. Personally, I'm a moral relativist. I can share moral propositions with other people, like I think shouting hate speech on a street corner is immoral, and I think doing.
Can I be honest with you right now?
Yeah.
I'm kind of coming to terms with the husky comment. All this time I thought you were an Alaskan Malamute, so I'm having a little bit of a crisis. I'm having a crisis. Your Fluffy is right there in the title, man. Right there in the title.
Fuck you. No, I'm husky.
Husky.
It's like my channel is Corsi. My channel is like at Corsi Husky.
At Corsi Husky.
Yeah.
Someone actually. I found you through. What did I find you through? Godless Granny or something like that. Yeah.
Godless Granny.
Yeah.
I don't even know them.
Your channel came up like on a like one of your videos came up on one of her videos when it ended. Yours was one of the suggestions.
Oh,
I don't know if you know her or not. Yeah, but that's YouTube.
No.
That's what YouTube sent you.
I know, like every time, like I'm getting subscribers, and it's usually like furries that are joining because they see, ooh, a Fluffy, and they click on it and go, ooh, atheist. And like so every so often I get this comment. You know what? Of a guy in a fursuit doing that, I'm atheist, I'm a furry, I need this channel in my life, and I get a subscriber. I think like 100 of my subscribers at least have come about that way.
Hey, Nitty.
Hi, Nitty. Let me post the link again because we're gonna be after this. We're gonna be doing the Ark and the Darkness. Where is my fucking cursor?
My other channel, my channel is Hive Sci, so I'm Bree, who Nitty's saying hi to. That's my main channel.
Okay, there's a link.
I'm just here in my clown core persona, so because I'm gonna hang out with a furry, I want to have a Sona too. I have some moth antenna. Should be a
small dragon. Small. Are you small? Small dragon? I have to ask that specifically.
Nitty's got the kids right now. Too bad.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Nitty will usually come on later.
Oh, well, we're going to be doing the Ark and the Darkness. It's literally going to take us at least 2 hours to go through that whole thing. I had to alter it slightly because I didn't want them to immediately take the channel down while we're reviewing it. Or so I can, and they probably won't because I'll just argue copyright and fair use. But yeah.
Well, who's the producer on it? Because I know AIG will give you a false strike. They don't care.
Yeah, I know that. No, I don't think this is AIG, but they do have something to do with it.
So ICR will too.
Who will?
ICR.
That's
It'll be
fine. I mean, I'm going to be doing a video review, so it's literally going to be cut up like every so
yeah.
often.
Well, no, it's a false strike. It's just bullshit that they do. I know they've gotten a lot of Dapper Dino stuff taken down, and yeah.
Yeah. Well, if this gets taken down, it gets taken down. I'll just whatever. I'm not that worried about it.
Nah, it's cool.
But yeah, anybody that wants to jump up, he posted a link to the side chat. You can jump up, and like Red just happened to just be here, so we're all in. We're gonna finish this up because I gotta scare the crap out of Barely Bearable with the last thing in the video. So we're gonna rush through this and then get on to the star of the show. Get play, damn it!
With the younger class is grossly, disgustingly immoral. 3. Holy fuck. Let's help Mr. Batman, shall we? So what this Skippy should be doing, instead of trying to be the Christian equivalent of a radio shock jock, would be to argue minor and discrete morals. Like, is it moral to have a cat even if they misbehave? Well, of course that would be immoral every way. What? Why am I looking at Genesis again? We just went. You want me to look? How do you expect me to look it up with pause?
How do you expect me to look shit up with pause?
I've seen your hand shapeshift multiple times on this stream, mister.
What? What are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about. Yes.
Oh, there it was.
Really?
Shapeshifter. Witch.
No, they don't shapeshift at all. I gotta hold on 1 second. They won't shapeshift at all. No, nothing to see here.
Get a priest.
Nothing to see here. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Oops, sorry.
Oh, that would be so funny to do a furry video, like as a skinwalker though, like creeping through the desert.
Oh, do you want me to strip? Hold on, I can literally just start pulling down the zipper. Where is it? There it is. Yeah, I'm really human under here, I swear.
Yeah, I bet you're getting pretty toasty. You got 2 hours to go.
I think what time is it? 5:30, 3.5 hours left.
Well, you better stay hydrated. I don't want you passing out and having to carry the show by myself. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, that's okay. That's why I have the liquid down there that I can deep throat.
Give me a minute. Let's see here. Look, okay. So it says, the Lord saw how great the wickedness of the human race had become on earth, and that every inclination of the thoughts of the human heart was only evil all the time. The Lord regretted that he had made human beings on the earth, and his heart was deeply troubled. So the Lord said, I will wipe from the face of the earth the human race I have created, and with them the animals, the birds, and the creatures that move along the ground, for I regret I have made them. What? So God saw humanity misbehaving and killed the animals too? So what did the animals do? Nothing.
The animals were having
maybe
sex. They still do.
The animals what?
Animals have gay sex.
Oh yeah, several animals do have gay sex. Dogs do it all the time.
Yeah.
Giraffes do it regularly.
Yeah.
But yeah,
some of them are interspecies stuff.
Gendermorph.
So God was like, gross, and I gotta wipe this out. Yuck! What did I do? And
yeah, you gotta stop those fucking worms from having all that gay sex.
But we persevered. The queers made it through. What are you gonna? We're more powerful than your God, I guess.
I want to see what worm anal sex looks like on can somebody draw that for me?
Well, so worms only
Hey
have.
guys, hey Demon. Hold on, I got to talk to Demon. Demon, I need you to find an artist to draw worm anal sex. Okay, thanks. All right, he's gonna get it.
Oh, it's taken care of then.
Yeah, Demon's right over there. You can't see him. He stays off camera. Oh, there's my hand morphing again. Sorry.
I know.
Maybe that's a bad example because I could think of far better ways to train my pets than genocide for being naughty. We're God's pets. We are. We're God's pets in a snow globe that is called the Earth. But it is still a globe.
Anyway. A little ant farm.
Yes, we're God's alien ant farm.
So let's try this. Stealing. Is stealing immoral? I'd say yes. Stealing is immoral. So there's a start. It's even one of the 10 Commandments. Let's keep going. How about providing for your family? Moral. Yes, absolutely. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay. What was that? What if you can't afford food and you have to steal to provide for your family? Well, I mean, from the perspective of the thief, they'd be doing a moral act and only taking excess. But I'm supposed from the victim, they're having things stolen from them, so they'd see that as doing something immoral. So, an immoral act for moral reasons? So is the thief moral or immoral? Seems kind of a gray area to me.
As soon as you have one gray area in morality, it cannot be objective. Because how can something be objectively right or objectively wrong if there's a gray area?
Right. Well, so even the Bible's not objective morality. It's God's morality. It's subjective to God.
Subjective to God. Yes, exactly.
It's so silly when they claim objective morality when it's like, nah, you're just saying, hey, this is the guy that I'm following, and this is his book he wrote, and he's the ultimate authority. But it's still subjective to him.
Yep. And the thing is, well, like I said, we've been on this for a while, but they should make a right of play about it. They probably already have. It's called Robin Hood. Steal from the rich to give to the poor so that they can feed.
Wait. Hold on. Focus. I'm supposed to be helping him with his argument on moral objectivity. Personally, I think morality comes from natural selection in our evolutionary line. We as hominids developed as a cooperative species where characteristics that brought harm to the troop got weeded out, while characteristics that helped the troop were nurtured. Thus, you end up with a general idea of morality. Things that benefit the species pertaining to each individual member of the species are considered moral, while things that harm the species are immoral, and at this point decide what is and isn't helpful. Things like stealing generally cause harm, while helping the sick or feeding your family are generally beneficial. As for our subject for this video, personally, I would prefer Mr. Batman climb up a ladder to his moral high ground and stays there for a long, long time. And maybe he should stay far away from children.
Hey, Barely Bearable, I'm glad you're still here.
Far away
was that?
From children.
He was a what? He taught elementary school.
Good morning, boys and girls.
Good morning, Mr. Batman.
Nope. Okay, that's it. I'm out of here. I can't do this. No.
Keep him away from children.
Yikes.
Yeah. That's a big yikes.
Now, I've seen, the videos where he was harassed. Like, he set up shop right across the street from the tattoo parlor where this lesbian couple worked, and sit there and harass them in a public
for that one too.
In a public park in a town where he is supposed to be a substitute school teacher in town square, because it was the town square park that it was in, if I recall correctly. And like the main street, and then so anybody and everybody in that town driving down Main Street or visiting the public park or going to any of those public shops could hear him on his freaking bullhorn yelling about degeneracy and that these people, that they should be stoned and whatnot. And these are children that are going to be in this man's classroom.
Yep. This was all after he got fired from his class. He wasn't a teacher at that point. He was.
Oh, he'd already been fired?
Oh, he was already fired years before that. But he was a pastor still at a Baptist church and doing that. They lost so many people from that congregation because of what Mr. Batman did. So many people, because they were trying to be more inclusive and letting more people in. And so when Mr. Batman did that and got on the news, it didn't really help him out much. But yeah, Mr. Batman is one of the most immoral CNX Tuesdays that you can find.
Oh no.
Let's see. I think that's all of my little videos that I want to go over. So what we can do, if anybody else wants to jump up and join Red and I, obviously you don't need a camera, you just need a microphone, and we'll bring you up, and we're going to go over the Ark and the Darkness here in a little bit, because that's going to take us a while.
Yeah,
probably.
I do have a camera. I'm usually pretty camera ready, but tonight I wasn't. But I wanted to come on because you were doing this 500 celebration, so I wanted to say congratulations.
When I was randomly, I'm like, the last time I looked at it, I was like 5 or 6 off, and I was like, oh, okay, so I'll probably have it like sometime next week. I looked at it like on the same Friday, and I'm like, oh shit, I'm at 500. Well, crap. Now I have to do my 5-hour live stream that I've been promising for months. So here it is. I have the day off, and I'm gonna be in this thing. Literally, this suit. I get out of this, it's getting a bath. Like, straight up. I get out of this, the whole bodysuit is going straight into the wash. Because
do you have to put on like a gentle cycle?
Yeah, the whole costume, like it's all machine washable except for the head. The head I have to do something special for it, but the head takes literally a week. So what I have to do is I get the bodysuit that goes in the wash. That can dry in a couple of days. And so what I'll do is I'll wash the suit, put the suit on a dryer, and get the whole interior of the suit dry. I have a fan blowing on the outside. Once the suit is dry, or once the suit is for the most part dry, it stays on its drying hanger. I have a hanger that blows air all the way through the costume. The head has a special a Rubbermaid tote that I have to hand submerge it in and hand wash the entire inside.
Yeah, because there's a lot of moisture builds up in there.
Hole. Oh yeah, it gets funky in here after like a while. But you can't wash the head too much. So what you do is, like, as soon as I get out, I have these like wipes that go in and they pull out as much of the dirt and gunk off as I can. So it smells fresh every time I get into it. But usually about every 3 months, I have to take and do a deep wash of the suit to get everything out. And so that's what ends up happening. So every video that I'm done with, the inside of the head gets a wipe down and gets cleaned out like surfacely. But every 3 months it gets a full deep clean, which can take a week for the head to get dry.
Now, do the ears detach?
No.
They're attached. Okay, I was just wondering. Uh-huh. Are we breaking the illusion? Are we? What do they call that when you're breaking character or whatever?
Oh yeah. Destroy the wreck the magic. Destroy the magic.
Yeah.
No, we're not destroying because everybody knows that this is a person in the suit. If you can't figure out that there's a human in the suit, I have actual hands. Ripping my body parts off like for the channel itself, no, I'll never do bits without the body part, but every so often I'll have my hand raised and you get to see like my wrist a little bit.
Yeah.
But so yeah, if you can't figure it out, I mean, you got bigger problems.
So is this the same suit that you would wear if you went to an event?
Yes. So when I went to Furry Siesta about like a little over a month ago, and while I was at Siesta, I walked around in suit because doing that's fun. And while I was in suit, somebody recognized me.
From YouTube?
I had one person recognize me. Hey, you run a YouTube channel, don't you? I said, yes. It's like, you're the fluffy atheist. Yes. What do you look like with the head off? It's like, just come down to the dealer den tomorrow. You're in the den? Yeah. I'm the collar guy. I'm the one that sells the dog collars. Like, no joke. Hold on. I should have had this on the whole time, but...
You're a collar hawker.
Oh, get on, you bitch.
You got a tag?
I'm a good dog.
You got to play. You lost your tag.
Oh, no, I have them in my wallet.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense. Your wallet's probably safer than hanging around your neck.
Yep. So yeah,
that's a cute collar, though.
Oh, it's handmade.
Matches your eyes.
That's why I picked blue. My favorite color is actually pink.
Which is your ears.
Yes. So like, I'll just keep the collar on for now. But like, this is my favorite color.
Oh,
and this is one of the ones that I made.
It's washing out. Is it pink? It looks red.
Pink and red.
Yeah, I see the pink.
But yeah, I make these by hand and sell them at furry conventions because furries love things like this. The joke is you're all fucking domesticated anyway, so just wear a collar.
Right.
Now, the funny thing is when the wolves actually start putting my collars on, I'm like, oh, you want to be domesticated. I get it. I get it.
That's like maybe it's just like a little fetish thing for the wolves, though. If they just want to pretend they're being domesticated. Domesticate me, daddy.
Hey, whoa. Oh, my goodness. I'm just oh, man. So there's an event coming up called Wolfstock. I have to send a message to a friend of mine. A friend of mine's actually going over there, and she's going to be selling like a bunch of my stuff. Like I have so much. Like over here, there's so much. It's off camera, but
you should be like, yeah, that's a good slogan.
Daddy. No.
That's a good slogan for selling collars to wolves, though. Yeah,
no,
you can make a collar that says that. Make a collar that says "Domesticate me, Daddy." Oh my gosh! Yes.
Oh goodness me! Now I have to get dog tag printers. Domesticate me, Daddy. It's so bad. It's so good.
It fits for the wolves.
It shouldn't fit, but it does.
It worked for a...
Oh my god, you're so wrong for that.
It'd work for some big cats or some bears too.
Because I could just picture domesticate me, Daddy. No, that's gonna get me. I'd say that's gonna get me demonetized, but I'm not monetized.
Well, it's completely innocent. It's what the baby wolf said to the dog.
I think, Blaze, I actually think it would sell. I think, like, if I got, but I want metal tags. That's the thing. Like, you get all these guys with these giant plastic tags from printers, from like the inkjet, not the inkjet printers, but 3D printers. I just want like a laser cutter to print like actual tags. And I would absolutely do Domesticate Me Daddy as a tag. Oh,
how expensive would it be to get those printed at
about $1,000?
Yeah, I know they have the things that like the pet like Petco and stuff that you can print.
Those are about
off.
$2,000. Those are about 5,000.
The machines.
The machines, yeah.
Yeah, but what if you just printed off the tags to put on your collars? What if you just went there and printed off a whole bunch of tags with messages?
I
like,
think they might look at me kind of weird while I'm sitting there printing off like 50 of these tags that say "Domesticate Me, Daddy."
do it in character, and don't say anything to anybody. Just walk in there and just start doing it.
I'm gonna see this. Excuse me, sir. Sir. What the hell do you think you're doing? It's like I'm printing stuff for the dog park. What? Yeah, I'm printing stuff off for my friends at the dog park. It's okay. Don't worry about it. I'm a paying customer. But sir, you're in a dog costume. Costume? What costume? I don't see anybody in a costume. I'm paying money. What's wrong with you? Sir, please stop acting silly. I'm not acting silly. What costume? I'm a dog. Please.
You're a paying customer.
Sir, you just do what you're gonna do. I'll call the police and they'll sort it out. Police show up and put a dog in handcuffs, and they're like,
"Now you've been domesticated."
Now I've been domesticated.
Yeah. Would they send the police, or would they send a dog catcher?
No, they'd send me to the dog pound. I would absolutely be sent to the dog pound. The people in this city would send me to the dog pound.
Well, there was that.
I'm not kidding. I would literally be put in a kennel.
There was that politician in Oklahoma. So I run a channel called The Transpositions. It's a transgender news channel.
I've seen you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And on that channel, we cover the furry stuff because it overlaps with the trans stuff so much. Like what's next? People are going to identify as animals, and they can say, "Oh, furries are transgender animal people," or some shit. And it's like, no, it's cosplay, but whatever. But there was a politician that said that if the kids come to school with the furry costumes, that they wanted to have the dog catcher come and take them away.
Yep, I heard about that. The thing is, if somebody showed up in a furry costume and the dog catcher came, they would let them take them away.
Yeah, you think so?
Oh, absolutely.
That's
because
so
it would be funny. If nothing else, that's funny. That would be hilarious. I'd absolutely 100%. I would let them take me, no problem, because I think it would be hilarious. And I'd say, "Hey, you can, but I want pictures."
Yeah, I want my own film crew. Probably,
No. You can take me, but we have to have pictures. I need pictures because why? Because I'm gonna post them onto my YouTube channel. It's like, by the way, I'm sorry we missed last week. I got arrested, and then show pictures of me being put in the dog pound truck.
You could use that as advertisement for your collars because you weren't wearing your collar and your tag, so you got put in the dog pound. And you'd be like, "So yeah, come to the convention and buy my collars, because if you don't, you're not in the pound."
You work at a pet store. Haven't you seen a dog before? Oh, God! Why did I think of that on the fly? Shit.
Work at a pet store. Why didn't you see
Oh my God! What? You work at a pet store? Haven't you ever seen a dog before? Yes, sir, but I haven't seen one quite like you. Open your fucking eyes.
Every dog is unique. Every dog is different. Doesn't make him any less a dog.
I am quite the dog. At least I get told I'm quite the dog.
But you're not a Malamute.
No, I'm not a Malamute.
You're a Russian asset.
What?
Siberian Husky.
Yes, the Russian asshat. I heard that.
I said asset.
Oh,
Russian
asset.
asset, not ass hat. Jesus. No.
So something that comes up every so often with my channel, and I have to take the hands off for this, is why do I have these cubes? Oh shit, I just dropped one. Oh no. 2x2. Oh, darn it. I dropped one of the big ones.
Oh no. You're supposed
Stop
to
falling. You're fragile.
If you're a dog and your toys go under the furniture, you're supposed to stand there and bark at them, not.
I have opposable thumbs. So my cubes are actually something fun that I like to have. I like having them around, but one of the things that people like don't notice a lot of the times is what they actually are.
Yeah, are they? It's like a Rubik's Cube, right?
Yeah. 6 layers.
They're all solved.
Well, they weren't. If you watch some of my other videos, they're not always solved.
Do you sit there and solve them while you work?
While I'm sitting there and like doing a video, I'll scramble them up. While I'm doing clips, like I'm clipping a video, I'll scramble them up. I'll just start doing solves on them. But I have like some of my weird ones that's a 6-sider or a 6 stage, and then oops, part of this broke off, so I got to fix that. 7. That fell. I don't like that entirely.
Yep. Your human hands.
Hold on.
Dropped it.
I have to do something because I need to do this because I don't want to accidentally run it over with my chair. So be right back. I have to take my head off and I'm not ready to do a face reveal.
Yeah. Not ready to do a face reveal.
No.
Coursey will be right back in just a moment. They are digging for cubes. This is like Minecraft style, you know.
Coursey is actually staying here, but
Coursey's right there. You can hear Coursey.
Yes, you can hear me, and I can hear you. I still have my earpiece on.
Is that inside? It built into your head? I thought it might be built in.
No, it's it's from Soundcore. And what it is, it's basically earbuds, but with a much, much, much longer battery life.
That's good.
As long as it's not like right here, I can just jump back on. But that's an expensive thing, and I don't want to lose it.
Yeah. Get it, Coursey. Oh. You can get it. Come on. You can get it, boy.
I think I found it.
That's a good boy.
Something. Let me just make sure.
There's a good boy.
Yes, I am a good boy.
Who's that good boy?
I'm a good boy. Okay, there's that. Okay. Ooh. Ooh, there's a red one too. Shit. Okay.
You got it? Did you save it? Did you?
Yeah, it turns out there's 2 pieces missing.
Oh no! Did it fall? Did it pop apart when it hit the ground?
Yeah, part of the thing came off, and that thing's like $50. I just don't want to run over it
with your chair. Yeah.
chair. And I am a very animated person, if you couldn't tell. Sorry, I'm not sure if you could tell. I'm a very animated person. But up Tish, by the way.
Said Tish?
A very furry joke. Animated. Ha ha.
Yes.
I am Trey Funny. If I don't find it, that means it's probably not underneath the chair. And then I'll just come back on and we'll be fine. Such an engaging show.
There's nothing happening right now.
Nothing bad is happening right now. Where everything's fine.
Everything is good.
Everything is wonderful now. I knew something was going to go wrong during this live stream. I knew it. I knew it in my heart.
Well, worse things could happen than a piece bouncing off someplace where you can't find it. Worse things could happen. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I know you don't want to break it
somewhere, but wherever it is, it's safe.
Safe, stashed away, hidden away in some remote corner that you'll be able to find after the show.
Yep.
No big deal.
You can tell my voice is a lot better now. It's that way you know I don't have the head on. So.
Oh my gosh, it was like a different person. Is someone in the room with you right now, Corsi?
No, it's just me. But here, I shall don my head again.
Right back.
And now you can hear me as normal. See? What time is it? It's almost 6 o'clock. We got 3 hours left. And this is the Monday Night Young Earth Takedown because the Young Earth is stupid.
Almost as stupid as the Flat Earth. And overlaps quite a bit.
Almost. Close only counts in horseshoes, hand grenades, and nuclear warfare, though. So.
Yeah.
For this.
Sometimes I feel like I'd rather have a conversation with a flat earther than a young earther, though, because flat earthers are more entertaining.
Yes, flat earthers are very more entertaining. Young earthers are just like stuck up about themselves. Flat earthers are just stupid, and you can just laugh at stupid. So, who wants to see what you're all here for? Are you ready?
Are you gonna rank your top 5 young Earth creationists?
I think people don't believe in the flood today.
So,
flood time. Flood time.
What I did is for this is I cut off the very beginning and I cut off the very end because, I mean, we just want to get into what they're talking about. If anybody else wants to get up and make fun of this shit, please do so now. I'm going to post the link in the side chat.
Yeah, but like they can come in whenever too. They're like, oh, you can't come in after we start this or anything. Yeah, I mean, I probably won't be able to sit through the whole thing. I'll try to stay as long as I can, so you're not up here vamping solo.
I know. Thank you for coming in because I like having people to talk to. I was actually hoping because there's a couple of other people. I was waiting for what the fuck's his name? Claude Balls.
Claude Balls.
ClaudeBawles. He's got a YouTube channel. He's great. He's hilarious. He just posts shorts about Kent Hovind though. And then he does like a live stream every so often. So I kind of wanted him to get in on my live stream, but I'm not sure if he's going to make it. Barely Bearable, I'm actually surprised you haven't joined the stream. But we're going to get started with this. And this is the Ark and the Darkness. This is basically the meat of the video. It's about an hour long. And because the intro is literally the first 8 to 10 minutes. It's an 8 to 10 minute intro before we even get into them making an argument. This was shown in theaters for 2 days to a select audience. You had to sit in a movie theater
to watch this, and they give it away free on YouTube. It's so dumb, but we're gonna have fun with this.
I think people don't believe in the flood today because they don't have access to the accurate information and evidences that are there. They are simply captive to entertainment, social media.
No, people don't believe in the flood because it's actually bullshit.
Complete nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, we have evidence that, okay, if nothing else at all about the flood, how is it that so many different cultures have different flood myths? They'd all be dead. If the flood was worldwide, they'd all be dead. And there would be only one flood myth.
Right, it would not be all unique flood myths from around the world. It'd be all linked to one event with one source of all humanity. And it wouldn't be 6,000 years ago. I mean, do the math. Do the math on the human population. There's just no way.
The stupid thing is, South Korea, every village has its own global flood myth, and most of them are unique.
Yeah, and then you've got the Vedic texts, which say that the world is billions of years old. What are you going to do with that? With your young Earth flood myth? How do you square that circle?
You don't. Barely Bearable. Literally, just click the link. It's through your browser. So even if you don't have a camera, you can just come in audio only. It's fine.
Just need a mic.
Yeah, you literally just need a mic. If you have a mic, you can come in. I mean, I'm in the costume because that's kind of the whole gimmick of the channel, but I'm not expecting you to literally live action get that bear moving his mouth while you're talking. It can just be your voice and we're fine. So come on up. Let's let this guy keep going about his little flood.
You have movies like Noah that, in a very fictional and nonsensical way, distorts the Bible totally. And
actually, I watched the movie Noah. If you want to see a really good, Noah is actually a good movie.
The one with Russell Crowe.
Yeah, it's actually a really good movie. I mean, it's a little cheesy, but it's good. I mean, it's not biblical at all. It's not in accordance with the Bible at all. At all.
The Nephilim in that are kind of badass looking. They're big rock monsters.
Yeah, they are absolutely. But I mean, if you want to see it, please do. I highly encourage you to see Noah.
Many people, that's the only source they have for something they think is a biblical account.
If they think that's a biblical account and they're using that as a source, open the fucking Bible. You can read it your damn self. It's only a couple of chapters.
Of course, the whole embedded presupposition of evolution and the geologic column and all of these things which tell students as they come along that the earth has existed for millions, if not billions of years, that man is a product simply of natural succession.
Not natural succession, natural selection. Not succession. There's a very big difference. So he did say a few things there. Red, do you want to say anything about what he said?
About natural selection?
Well, he started talking about evolution and called evolution presupposition.
Well, so the problem that you're going to run into with this breed of creationist is that they want to paint it as if evolution and abiogenesis are the same topic, and they're really not. And our understanding of evolution is pretty well undisputable, right? So the Noah's Ark story and everything doesn't really fit with that.
Also, Blazed Bunny has now joined us.
Welcome, Blazed Bunny.
Hey, everyone.
That is not the voice that I thought that cute rabbit would have. That is a very deep voice.
It's a blazed voice.
It is a very blazed voice. Oh, man. But yeah, when he talks about like presuppositions of evolution, evolution doesn't use too many presuppositions. It takes evidence of digging into the rock. When we find fossils in the rock layers, we date the index fossils, the plentiful fossils. And when we date those fossils to a certain age, that age tells us the age that the rock is approximately. But other times we'll date other materials that are in that rock layer, but we get the approximate age of the rock through the index fossils so that we don't destroy the larger, rarer, and more precious fossils that we also find in those layers. So we're not really taking too many presuppositions other than uniformitarianism.
He's gonna. It's an appeal to Hume's, right? It's that in Hume's, by Hume's and induction and reasoning and such that yeah, you have to make some inferences, but we cross-reference those with so many other fields of science. I mean, you corroborate for instance, carbon dating with dendrochronology, with like index fossils, with ice cores from the same time period. You use all these different methods.
Hello,
Ember. Hi, Ember.
Howdy. Bree's been sharing the link around about this. And this is how I'm discovering all the new channels lately. Is Bree's like, hey, go look at this.
Yeah.
Well, we've been going on for hi, I am the Fluffy Atheist. Well, I'm Corsi, and this is the Fluffy Atheist.
Oh yeah.
Do you know what's going on right now?
It looks like we're reviewing creationist nonsense.
Yeah, okay, fine. You get the whole idea.
Yeah.
So this is the movie called Ark and The Darkness.
Oh, good.
Yeah, the young Earth creationist movie. So we're going over this one to see like some of the stupid things they go. We literally just started. Oh, Blaze Bunny left.
Lost their bunny.
I need my bunny.
No. Somebody find the bunny.
Bunny. Blaze Bunny, come back. Okay. They will need to connect their mic cam before you can add them to the stream. Okay, so his mic might have dumped out. That's why he's out.
Oh, pesky mics. Pesky technology.
Oops, there's our bunny. We have our bunny again.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, bunny. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Hey, it must have been my internet or something.
No, your mic cut out. That's what happened. It just dropped you because you didn't have a mic.
Who knew y'all were signing up for a musical today?
Oh, yeah. Okay, let's get back to this guy because, oh my goodness, there's so much to go over. I skimmed through this video and he's got this so much. So if you want me to stop and you want us to respond to anything, just tell me to stop and I'll hit pause. Okay?
Sure thing.
Flood is a supernatural event. A flood is a divine judgment. A flood destroyed mankind. And they're not told that there are evidences of these things. They aren't shown the historicity of Genesis to say that this holds up very well in terms of our scientific.
This doesn't hold up well at all.
It's just assertions. It's just declaring it. And also, I always get a tickle when they say evidences and historicity and all that made up nonsense. Okay, historicity is technically a real term, but only Bible people ever use it, you know?
Yeah. So, I mean, the thing is, like, okay, they're talking about, like, history. Yes, a local flood probably happened there. I had a recent Monday video that talked about, like, how easy it is for there to be a flood, because this is Mount Ararat that they're talking about where they landed. So
really?
This is in Mesopotamia, ancient Mesopotamia. In ancient Mesopotamia, that's where Iran is. Flash flooding is a common occurrence to the point that over the past 2 years, every single area, every single region in those areas has had a flash flood occur that killed hundreds of people.
We
And that's
love
just
to see
in the past 2 years.
Well, I mean, we don't love to see the flash floods killing hundreds of people, just that, historically, this is a flood-prone area. Like, duh.
Yeah, so, I mean, of course, like, there's going to be a moment where some guy built a raft because he knows the flash floods are going to occur. He knows he's in a flash flood prone area because this is an old guy and he's got his shit together. He builds a raft so that when a flash flood comes, he knows the signs at this point. He puts all his animals on a raft and rides out the flood. He rides them out so that his sheep and his cows and his whatevers don't die. And then all of a sudden, this becomes like through a game of verbal telephone. This goes from him saving his flocks and his livestock to him saving humanity because about 20 years ago, everybody on the planet died.
Not to derail.
It's a game of telephone.
Not to derail things too much, but Ember, did you see that Matt Powell is calling for Steven Anderson to step down now?
I think I heard something along those lines. Like when Matt Powell says you've gone too far. Holy crap.
Yeah.
Damn.
I don't know if you all been watching this. Steven Anderson's kids are coming out with a lot of disturbing stories from the dark recesses of the Anderson household.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, I'm not surprised on that.
I don't look too much into politics because it's just depressing.
Yeah, well, he's a hate preacher. Steven Anderson is. He's in IFB. It goes hand in hand with what we're looking at here. Yeah, Matt Powell used to be part of his.
Oh, Matt Powell. Right. Never mind. I'm stupid. I'm a husky. We're derp. It's a profession.
Squirrel.
Fair enough. Haha.
Where's the squirrel? Where's the squirrel? Hold on. Somebody said squirrel. Hold on. There's a fucking squirrel. I want this.
Well, he's chasing squirrels.
Where's the squirrel? Bitch, you lied to me.
Oh, you're such a good boy, though.
It's fun to note that we know a lot of what came from Genesis. The ancient Israelites pirated from Babylonian folklore, and that includes the handed down tales of the Epic of Gilgamesh. And thanks to that, we know the name of the dude who built the raft from the epic. It's carved in literal stone. It's Unapishtim. Let's go with that. I'm probably close.
Unapishtim. Yeah, that's how Aaron Ross says it. Unapishtim. So I'll go with that.
Hell yeah.
I don't want to know what pished him. What pished him off?
It pished him off.
What pished him off? It's okay. We'll figure something out later. But as long as it pished him off.
That's right.
Okay.
Praise Marduk.
It's simply, on the one hand, a lack of information, and then on the other hand,
the fear of man. For the same reason that they don't believe in a lot of the things that the Bible says are literally true, literally history and literally science, the fear of looking silly, and the intimidation by people who host science television shows and wear white lab coats. I think it's really that they're afraid of appearing silly.
No, if you want to appear silly, just be a young Earth creationist. Everybody's going to laugh at you.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
The community is going to laugh at you. It's not that they're not addressing you. It's that they're all going to laugh at you.
Oh, that's old Adam Sandler. Yeah.
Yes. They're all going to laugh at you.
I'm coming out of the booth.
That's from Carrie. That's what he was quoting, Adam Sandler.
Yep.
Carrie's mom.
Carrie's mom has got it going on. Oh, that's Janie.
We're mixing our metaphors now.
Stacy's mom. Stacy's mom.
Stacy's mom.
Stacy's mom is named Dee, and she's
Janie
a lovely
had
woman.
A number.
I love Dee.
Mm-hmm.
So do I. But that's beside the point.
Oh, I don't even have my soundboard pulled up. What am I doing here?
What kind of streamer are you, Ember?
So I can.
I sat down to record the news, realized I do not have enough time today to do it, and I was like, oh, what's this Bree posted? A new person? Let's go see.
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably too late to start working on something for the news piece this week or tonight.
Yeah, I know what I want to do, but I've got to go to bed in like 17 minutes ago. It's another 3 a.m. day tomorrow.
Oh, bitch, we got 2.5 hours left. We only hit the halfway mark.
Well, hey, I'm like the halftime show. I'll stick around for a while though, because I like to meet new people and cause chaos in general.
And she's got to wind down.
There it is.
There we go.
That's right. Little decompression between long shifts at work.
What is that setup? What is your soundboard?
It's a combination of things. I've got buttons on my phone, and they connect to an app called Touch Portal. And that basically Touch Portal lets me control OBS through it's like a very basic programming setup. Like each individual button lets you perform multiple actions with a single press. So the button on the phone controls the buttons on the computer, which in turn activate several OBS things at once. It's fun that way.
I need this because I need the audio clip demon to be able to speak during live streams.
That could be handy.
Oh, have you watched my channel at all?
Literally just found you. Walked in, saw StreamYard was open. I was actually hoping to like persuade Barely Bearable to come on by just popping in and showing how easy it is. It's like you can have your camera off, like so.
Well, Nitty was in the side chat earlier, but Nitty has the kids right now, so
I'm going to post the link again because Surf
sense.
just came in. Surf, you can actually welcome to the show. We just literally started Ark and Darkness, so you're right on time. You can come in and we'll get you on stage, and we'll be all of us joking about like young Earthers. But we've been going about 2.5 hours, and I want to get through this because it's an hour long. So we got an hour and a half of talking over them, and then 2 hours in 1 hour of the actual show. Let's see.
Anyway, but when you actually go past the surface and look at the feasibility of it and the historicity of it, it's almost inescapably plausible.
Plausible!
It's not plausible!
Such high standards. There's so many evidences, guys. It's almost inescapably plausible.
Inescapably plausible.
You can't have that much of a flood. Literally.
Well, you gotta open. So first, you open the windows of the heavens, though. You forget about that.
That too.
Yeah.
So, okay. So what young Earthers have been jerking off about recently is like the water that was found deep in underground in the mantle.
You're talking about ringwoodite.
That's exactly it. It is the ringwoodite. The problem that there is for them is that is chemically part of the ringwoodite. You can't extract the water from the ringwoodite without destroying the ringwoodite.
Right, ringwoodite is like the ingredient. It's like having a bag of flour sitting there and saying it's a loaf of bread is what ringwoodite, a bag of flour.
It's more like having a loaf of bread and telling them to take the flour out,
or the water in this case.
Yeah, or the water. Yeah, there you go.
No, you can get the water out. You can dry out the bread, but you can't extract the individual pieces of flour to get flour again.
What if you squeeze it really hard?
Well, that depends on the kind of things you're into, sweetie. But that's
actually what the Earth is doing to it right now, and it's not turning it into water.
Yeah,
fair. Yeah.
So it's part of the chemical composition, and like literally, the stupid thing is, even if you got all the water out of that stone, out of the ringwoodite, and added that to the Earth, you would still not cover the planet. Because even with all the water that we have underground, easily accessible, all the water in the atmosphere, all the water in every lake, river, and everywhere, if you put it all onto the surface and had the air completely dry, surface of the water would only go up 300 feet. No, 100 feet. No, is it 100 feet or 100 meters? I think it's 100 feet.
It could be.
Get
but what
like
if
thousands.
we leveled out the average surface of the Earth, right? Like we pushed down Mount Everest because that wasn't there during the flood, right? And we raised up the Marianas Trench and we like leveled it all out. Then and borrowed all the water that escaped into space with Kent Hovind's lunar ejaculation hypothesis. And then would we have enough water?
Okay, if you want to see something funny, okay, you have to look at and Google this. Lunar Bukake theorem.
It's a real fucking hypothesis they proposed.
It's not Kent Hovind, it was Nephilim free.
Oh, even better.
Nephilim free came up with the Lunar Bukake hypothesis as the reason why there were craters on the moon. Now, Kent Hovind is the ice dome man.
Yes. There used to be an ice dome.
There was an ice canopy over the entire planet, and that when the water came out from underground, it shattered the canopy, and because supercooled ice is magnetic, that it shot to the North and South Pole.
Of course, and all that's left of the dome is the ice wall that runs around the Earth, right? Oh, I'm sorry. No. That's flat Earth. I'm always getting my conspiracy theories confused.
So here's the funny thing, and the really stupid part is if all the ice is barely magnetic, like it's so like barely magnetic. All the iron on the planet would have shot up to the North Pole with it, with a magnetic field that powerful. Every bit of every metal that is even remotely magnetic, every ferrous metal would have been shot up to the North Pole too, and would have before the flood.
What if the ice wasn't pulled to the poles because it's magnetic, but the poles are magnetic because all the ice is there? I mean, it's at least as good as Ken's theory, right?
Yeah, it's about as good as Ken's theory.
Yeah.
Hydroplate. Yeah, there you go. Just say that.
Oh, no, let's not do the hydroplate theory. That was a different one that came up recently, was the hydroplate theory. And like, okay, so what? The fucking continents are ice skating on bodies of water now. Really? Really?
I mean, they float, right?
That's where you're going?
Oh, it's so much fun. And I'm sure hydroplate is going to come up in this. It's almost a certainty because they're so fucking proud of this hypothesis, and never mind the fact that it will liquefy the granitic crust of the Earth by generating so much heat.
Oh, the heat problem.
No. Yeah. It's the least of the heat problems, but it is part of it, yeah.
All right, let's see if they say it real quick.
The secular scientists think that the present is the key to the past. The Bible, in fact, tells us that the past is the key to the present.
If the past is the key to the present is the key to the past. You, sir, are dumb as a brick. Please hit yourself with one.
And the flood is key to understanding why the world is the way it is today, not just the geology, but even the humanity. Understanding the Ark and the flood is very relevant to understanding why the world is the way it is today, how we got to be here. Everyone is interested in their history, and the flood is key to understanding our roots.
I think he means mythology.
Yes, mythology. That's the
correct that's word. Literally mythology is the story of how things came to be this way. That's what that is.
The funny thing is, they talk about the present being key to the past, that the past is actually the key to the present. What happened in the past shows what it is now. And I'll bet you anything that by the end of this video, they're going to say, this is evidence for the young Earth, this is evidence for the young Earth, this is evidence for the young Earth, making the present the key to the past.
Well,
it's so bad.
I mean,
it's so bad.
Fluffy, have you considered look at the trees?
Oh my God. That is an evil fucking tree. Hold on, we gotta focus you for that one.
Sure.
How do I focus you?
This was after Eric from Skeptics and Scoundrels told me about Midjourney. The very first thing I did on my free trial was to ask it to draw me the angriest Christmas tree. And I gotta say, nailed it.
That is a hateful Christmas tree. Holy cow. Just hear those sleigh bells jingling, ring ting tingling too. Come on, it's lovely weather when your tree fucks together with you. I'm sorry.
Don't fuck trees. You will get splinters.
Don't fuck trees, yes. I know that the hard way.
In the early
The
19th century,
hardwood way?
when the idea of millions of years was developed, it developed as a result of a conscious rejection of the flood and the biblical chronology.
By an evidential rejection of the flood. Evidential rejection. It's different.
Don't insult bricks like that. My bad, Small. I'm sorry.
It's fair.
I didn't mean to like insult bricks.
To the church came to the conclusion that the flood wasn't global, it wasn't really geologically significant, the age of the earth doesn't matter, and so over the next 100, 150 years, the flood was just kind of forgotten. And it still, in large measure today, is ignored by most Christians. They just never think of it and its relationship to the question of the age of the earth. But it's
because the flood is a metaphor for look. Okay, I think a flood actually happened. I don't think it was global, obviously, but I think there was a local flood that the story of it got blown way out of proportion, and many people in their specific village died. I think that Noah was the one who ended up putting all of his animals and got them safe, and this whole story was propagated and propagated and propagated until like this thing was blown so far out of fucking proportion that it's now a global flood and that God made a miracle. But
did he say that it was forgotten for 100, 150 years? If it was forgotten, how the fuck does anyone know about the story? Because they didn't write it down until like 1,000 years later.
I know, right?
Why do we have to use their name for him though? It's Utnapishtim, right? We've settled that. They're gonna say Noah, but we got to stick with Utnapishtim because he comes first.
That's right.
You're talking about the Epic of Gilgamesh?
Uh-huh.
Yep. Utnapishtim.
And he had
AKA Noah. But yeah, I mean, there's a story in China, I think it is, that it was two siblings on a leaf boat.
Yeah.
There's another one where they flew away from it. I think that's one of the ones in South Korea. But I mean, there's so many. You want to know what civilization doesn't have a flood myth? Japan.
Egypt also.
You know what they do have?
Tsunamis.
Earthquake.
Okay, yeah, I
It
can
was
see
an
that.
earthquake that swallowed everybody up.
I mean, that kind of happens. Like they have historical records from, hundreds of years ago about a big old earthquake and entire islands vanish under the ocean, or another earthquake and what is it? Kyoto emerged from the sea. Like the shit just goes up and down all the time. Yeah.
critically important.
We can go back and we can see in a fossil record, for example, what happened.
When we look at the world around us, when we look at all of those hundreds
It's
and hundreds
Tim!
How long did it take?
AIG.
How long did it take for them to sit there and start talking about things in the present being the key to the past? Like what? like a minute and a half of video?
Pretty much immediately.
Yeah, like 3 sentences.
rock layers, they're sedimentary layers. That means they were laid down by water. The flood is a reminder.
No, they're not laid down by water, and I know what they're talking about. These are the rocks that are in the Grand Canyon, the Sedona Valley. Those are laid down by wind, and it is still called sediment. Sediment is not necessarily laid down by water, you fucking tool. I'm tired of being nice to these guys. Can you tell?
It does stretch one's patience relatively quickly.
Oh no, the one thing I don't have patience for anymore, they'll probably talk about it, in which you'll see me go on a rant. If you thought that was a rant, if this topic comes up, oh boy.
No. They got a statement of faith.
They gotta wind me up and let me go.
They have to do all the mental gymnastics.
And God said he's going to judge the world again.
He sent the flood to punish evil at that time, and that's why God sent the flood. It's important to punish.
He sent the flood to punish evil, and that's why he sent the flood.
It's not circular.
And people stayed to see this.
Was that was the guy that does the Night at the Creationist Museum, right? The bald
Tim
guy?
Chafee, yeah.
Yeah. And this is
Night at the Creationist Museum. If you haven't seen that, it's hilarious. Please go watch it. It's so good. It's actually it's so bad, it's good.
And this is Gabrielle from Answers in Genesis. And she's actually a what is she? She's a paleontologist, or
I'm not familiar with this one. I don't know their whole cast.
Yeah.
I want you to keep in mind, this entire video, I turned up the brightness because it's that dark.
Well, they did promise Ark in the Darkness, so it's truth in advertising.
I'm gonna hurt you. I'm gonna spank you in ways you don't like.
Good luck with that.
We're gonna have to put a muzzle on this husky,
right? Where's the leashes and collars?
Advertisement time! Advertisement.
Hold on.
Let's do it.
Collars. Hold on.
You had it just a minute ago.
Collar.
Hell yeah. Very nice.
So, Corsi makes these collars.
Ooh.
Yep. I think I set mine down. There it is. Here's mine, my personal one.
You were wearing it. You took it off when you dropped your cube.
Yep. I gotta go find it eventually. But after the video, after the live stream's done, I'll go and dig it out.
Yeah, she is a paleontologist. I was able to look. Yeah, and from Brazil.
Oh my god.
So she actually does have credentials.
Unfortunately, she doesn't use them.
But she's into being punished. That's what she's talking about. It's like a kink. So can't.
Oh, good.
I'm not going to kink shame anybody if they want. I need to be punished. So I need this world to have a divine dom.
You are so wrong for this. You know that, right?
We're all going to hell.
You see, my name is Red Flags, right? I mean, come on.
Ember just sit there and set her house on fire for a moment.
That's right. Yeah, we went to hell. But it's okay. I'm saved because I'm bathed in the blood.
I can't say that. Oh my goodness me.
Evil. That's justice.
What is just? The reason the Ark is so amazingly relevant to the flood is because man's sin.
Did he just say the reason the Ark is so relevant to the flood?
He sure did.
They go together like peas and carrots.
If the Ark wasn't there, nobody would be here talking about the flood. Are you that stupid?
He might be. I mean, he's doing an interview for a documentary in an empty fucking theater. So that's fun. But as Ken Ham likes to say, were you there?
Were you?
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't. I imagine he doesn't look like he's 2,000 years old, but I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. Once.
Deserves judgment.
The Bible clearly reveals that we are now approaching the time when the second global judgment will come.
Is that Sanford? The gene gun geneticist guy, plant botanist turned crazy person?
Possibly. It's hard to see from inside the costume.
That's fair.
It's like I see, I can see some things, but the details of faces. So I can't. A lot of these guys, I mean, they're so stupid they all look alike, and it's dark. but I was determined to do this one show.
He is hard to see anyway. That's for sure.
Oh yeah.
And or believe in the first global judgment, then we will not be ready for the final global judgment. So the concept.
So what's the final global judgment going to be? If it's rabbits, I'm good.
Rabbits of the next judgment.
Yes, a flood of rabbits.
You know, the Mayans had an apocalypse prophecy that the world would end in one of 4 ways: fire, flood, earthquakes, or jaguars.
Jaguars.
I want the Jaguars. Do the
I
Jaguars.
want the bunnies. if I die in a ball of floof, I'm good. I die happy.
But they're Mayan bunnies.
Could not possibly be more relevant. What is at stake
The
is
bunnies of
heaven
Sebulba.
or hell.
The Holy Bible.
The Holy Bible. Holy
shit. I don't think I have a
book inspired
thing for
and
that.
architected by God.
If that's
Is it?
if that's God's
Is it, though?
inspired work, I mean, Charles Dickens did so much better.
Tolkien is that's what they should. That's what they should have had to a pass of your book on to fix these genealogies we were talking about earlier. Tolkien could do that for you.
Mm-hmm.
Citation needed.
Citation needed, but yes.
Citation needed. I was like,
yeah.
Oh goodness me. Okay.
They're written by his people, dating back to the beginning of real human history, from the time of man's true origins.
Not the fake history.
Not the fake history, the true history. The history that science doesn't want you to find out.
Because reasons.
Google
debunkers.
Earth is not millions of years old, as we've been brought up to believe.
Yeah, it is.
A book teaching us that we did not come from monkeys or apes or primordial soup.
We're still apes.
We didn't come up from monkeys. That's not how that works.
The descent of man has sort of become more of a problem than it was ever meant to be as a teaching tool, because people take it so literally.
It's true, but also he's saying it's not as we were brought up to be. He's a creationist. The only way to become a creationist, well, almost the only way, is to be brought up that way. So he's not talking about how he was brought up to be, very probably. This bullshit is how he was brought up to believe.
Yep.
But a book that instead shows us our Creator is a loving, merciful, and just God.
Hold on. I got a problem with this. A loving,
but he loves you.
Merciful. Yeah, there it is. And just God that kills everyone on the fucking planet.
Mm-hmm.
And
he's literally holding you underwater, screaming, "I love you," while he's got his hands around your throat.
I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you.
Ah! Buddy loves you.
Hold on. I love you. I love you. I love you. The Wilhelm scream.
Of course.
A God who created a beautiful world in which the entire planet was once a paradise.
And so he killed paradise. Good job.
And then the Fire Nation attacked.
To fill up and multiply across. In Genesis, we're shown that God had finished all of creation in 6 literal days.
Well, we know where they spent their budget.
No, he didn't. So yeah, that was their entire budget.
Uh-huh.
So
it was a pretty model.
Chapter 1. It starts out with, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth was formless and void. It then, the very next verse is Genesis chapter 1, verse 3, and God said. That's the beginning of the first day of creation.
And
so Earth,
let's
biblically existed before the 6 days of creation.
And let's not forget the water. It was already water.
There was already water.
Like, where did that come from?
It. So the earth was here, the water was here, everything was already here. It was just formless and void. So the Bible doesn't tell you anything about how old the earth is at all, and never did. But these young earthers, they want to be right so bad.
And that indeed, everything he had created was very, very good.
It was so good, he had to blow it up.
I don't know if it was very, very good. I mean, I would have made some improvements, like a casino.
With blackjack and hookers?
Blackjack would have been
hookers.
Great. Blackjack and hooker, yeah, Garden of Eden, blackjack, hookers, yeah, hell yeah. Get a couple of slot machines in there. Maybe you can bet a fruit of life against your fucking papaya.
Hell yeah.
Well, the screen's not dark anymore.
I know, right? But I mean, what is this? How long? Hey, look, we're flying.
In the span of 4 days, God was finished with the heavens and the earth.
Really?
It took him that long.
Footage.
He's all powerful, and it took him 4 days to get this far. He's finally gotten around to making the sun for the plants that were already there, but details. And 2 more days to make the wildlife and shit, and then he needed a nap because he's so powerful.
So powerful he needed to sleep on it.
Night, night.
And it was on the 5th day that he began making the sea creatures, both great and small. And on that very same day, he also made all of the exotic.
Did he make seals?
They go in the water, and they're actually, I don't know. It could have been seals, and then he could have brought them out so that they'd end up being on land too. But I think mammals was on day 6.
But not sea mammals like cetaceans though, and sirenians.
Yep.
They were on day 5 with the fishies. They're fish.
Which flew through the open firmament of the beautiful heaven.
I mean, technically, whales.
The Bible addressing and saying that a bat is a bird.
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
I mean, but a whale literally is a fish, though. I mean, but so are we technically, because we're
fish don't exist.
We're lobe-finned fish.
So are we.
Yeah, we're all lobe-finned fish.
Love cladistics.
On the 6th day.
Love monophyly. Fuck, I'm dumb. I'm tired.
It's okay.
Which included all of the.
This is probably the stupidest stream that anybody's ever watched. So yeah, you can be dumb. It's okay. Especially
you're never going to be as
channel.
You're never going to be as dumb as the people that made this movie.
That's why I can't get a job at AIG.
There's the people that made this movie.
Dinosaurs, along with mankind.
Can we just talk about the dinosaurs hanging around with mankind? I want to ride a brontosaurus.
I want a Bronto burger.
Oh, I would love a Bronto burger.
I bet it's low calorie.
Possibly.
He also planted a garden, and in the midst of it.
Wait. His world was so perfect, he needed to plant a garden separate from the world?
Yep.
I just want to tell you guys, I'm eating a dinosaur sandwich right now. That's why I keep muting.
Ooh.
Is it chicken?
Yeah. Turkey.
Yep, that's it. That's a dinosaur sandwich.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah.
But there was another tree God had also placed in the garden. One that God commanded man not to eat from.
Is it the tree of knowledge of good and evil?
It could be.
Because I got a problem with that too.
Eden's cookie jar.
Mankind used their free will to sin against their holy and righteous God.
Nope. That's actually not true. Okay. So the tree of the knowledge of good and evil is the tree of the knowledge of right and wrong, good and evil. It's to be the ability to know the difference. So what you'll usually get is like you'll have an atheist say, well, how do they know what was right and wrong?
Mm-hmm.
Well, how did they know? How did they know that what they were doing was going to be wrong? How do they know disobeying God or going against what God said would be an evil act? It's a better way to phrase it than, because how do they know the difference between right and wrong? Be more specific with your Christian, by the way, and phrase it properly. Ask them a specific question and not a general one. So when they bring this up to you and like the bring up the Garden of Eden, ask them, how did Adam and Eve know it was an evil act to disobey God's command?
I have a somewhat different question. I mean, that is a good and vital question, but I think the whole scenario is a distraction from the bigger question of why did this perfect, loving, all just, totally righteous God not want them to know the difference between good and evil? What's the motivation there? Why would a good God want to keep his pet humans ignorant of the concept of good and evil?
And there were two
Question is,
trees.
why did he want his people? Go ahead.
There's the tree of knowledge and the tree of life. So there were actually two trees that were in the garden, but
you could eat the knowledge of life. You could eat life, but not knowledge.
Yeah, but
now,
like
my question
I guess
is,
he took it away from him.
How kinky was God that the Bible specifically references that Adam and Eve were naked and not ashamed? That tells me that God wanted humanity to all walk around naked.
It seems that way, yes.
God is a kinky voyeur.
Well, you know, Corsi, he did invent the perfect fruit, which is remarkably shaped like something kinky. Notice how perfectly it fits the human hand.
God.
And it's easy to suckle upon.
You have to see my Ray Comfort. You know what? We're going to take a pause from this. I'm going to find this. No. Hold
I've
on.
successfully summoned a tangent.
You have gotten the tangent. Shorts. Here it is. Hold on. Present.
Live broadcasting.
Share screen. No. Share screen. And I want that one.
Behold, the atheist's nightmare.
Bet you're wrong.
Oh, no.
Now, if you study a well-made banana, you'll find on the far side there are 3 ridges. On the close side, 2 ridges.
You are so cute when you are serious.
If you get your hand ready to grip a banana, you'll find on the far side there are 3 grooves, on the close side 2 grooves. The banana and the hand are perfectly made one for the other.
Kinky.
You'll find the maker of the banana, Almighty God, has made it with a non-slip surface.
Oh.
There's outward indicators of inward contents: green, too early; yellow, just right; black, too late.
Stop that. That's racist.
What?
At the top, you'll find, as with a soda can maker, they placed a tab at the top, so God has placed a tab. When you pull the tab, the contents don't squirt in your face.
Talking dirty.
Notice it has a point at the top. Ease of entry is just the right shape for the human mouth.
Nope. Fine. We get it. Great comfort.
Domesticate me, Daddy.
Oh.
Hold on.
My goodness.
Welcome back, Blaze Bunny.
Blaze Bunny is back.
Hey, everyone.
I had to show that one because you mentioned you did the banana, so I had to derail to go to that bit.
I love it.
Good old Ray Comfort.
I wanted to have the audio clip demon do a respond to one of the videos in full. So oh yeah, I get to sit back and relax, and I just go, Behold the atheist nightmare. Oh no.
Yeah.
There's one other really good bit that I did.
Does it also have ease of entry?
Hold on, I gotta find this one too, because this was a really good one.
It's soft, but not too soft. It's hard, but not too hard.
Rabbi Genesis, 4 questions. Shroud, vegan Bible. Loch Ness short joke. Okay, so during one of my videos, I had Kent Hovind, and I did this, like, if you've watched my channel, you've known my channel. Everybody knows the video clip angel is the sweetest, most wonderful woman that you've ever met. She is such a sweetheart. I built her up for 2 weeks talking about the video angel, how sweet and how wonderful she is, until I did this. Come on, I just...
We broke it.
Look, hold on. What? Angel's handing me... Angel has given me something to read. I apologize, sir, but I cannot bring myself to clip any more of the Loch Ness monster. Please allow the demon to give an audio representation of what I want to say to Mr. Hovind, as I cannot bring myself to utilize the proper words to express my disdain. Demon, what would she say? Yeah! I don't know what I expected.
Case of consequences of sin would plunge mankind.
That's funny. I built her up to be the sweetest, most wonderful person. So of course, and then I have the paper that she hands me. I can't bring myself to use the words. Please let the audio clip demon. Fuck you. It was one of my 2 weeks of build up for one joke.
That's commitment.
Oh yeah. 2 weeks of build up, and oh man, I loved it so much. It was so good.
Before you start push play, I gotta ask: is this supposed to be a size representation of the tree compared to the pyramids?
Oh God, I hope not.
Because, damn, that's a big tree.
That is a big tree.
Into darkness.
We lose Ember?
Before the fall, God saw everything that he had made.
She was getting tired anyway.
It was just the way it should have been. It came forth exactly as he intended.
At the end of Genesis 1, it says it was very good. God looked at everything he had made, and it was very good. And we get some idea of...
No, like in many places, God said it was good. And of course, if I do something, I'm going to think it's good too, even if it's shit later. The first hour of this fucking show was going over shit that I did that I thought was good that ended up being crap.
How good it was in the last 3 verses when God says that both man and the animals and birds were vegetarian. They didn't eat each other. They ate the plants and the fruit of the plants.
Not with those teeth, he didn't.
That's actually true. Biblically, we couldn't eat meat until after the flood. Seriously, like literally right after the flood, that's when God tells Noah that he can eat meat now.
What did filter feeding whales eat? They couldn't have the detention to eat.
That's one of the flaws of like the whole show. That's one of the things. Yeah, we start pointing this out. Is like wolves aren't bred to be able to digest like vegetables. But I mean, what you're gonna end up having is you're gonna have this a young earther. You're gonna have a young earther say, "Oh, but God changed them so He could."
Yeah, it's the curse from the fall or whatever. But there's things that you got to question about that with animals that that just their whole biology doesn't work. Like them to exist as a species doesn't work. Like if you
Well, I
think
wanna
of
know
think
where
of a
all the
think of a
apples are in the
spider,
ocean.
right? Think of a spider, and it's sucking mouth parts that's got venom that liquefies certain proteins in the body, right? Of its prey.
Yep.
That would not work on fruit. What is the spider out catching grapes and injecting this venom into the grapes and sucking it out? Is that
would be funny though.
yeah?
But like, I mean, you're talking about if everything's a vegan, everything's like vegetarians. Where are the sea apples? Where are those in the world? Because I mean, the last I checked, I don't see like many vegetable gardens in the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah, not a lot of fruiting bodies. I mean,
nope, not at all. I mean, you'll have some, but not even nearly enough to feed that many fish, an ocean's worth of fish.
So is the idea that whales, like baleen whales,
they ate algae? That's what they must think. That's what they have to think. But if they're eating algae, what is everybody else eating? Is everybody eating algae? How does that much algae actually replenish and be able to feed the entire ocean worth of fish?
Well, in the algae is I mean it's abundant, but it's nutrient poor.
Yep.
Food source too, so you have to eat a whole bunch of it to get the nutrients you need. Even algae eaters today usually supplement their diet with other food sources for minerals.
And they're usually very small animals because they can only get so large eating algae.
Exactly. Yeah. Maybe the algae was super algae.
Super algae. Da 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 da. No.
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's super algae.
Telling us a lot about how very good the world was.
Creation was in a state of innocence. This affirms a fundamental element of God's character. He is good. God is not the author of evil or death.
Really? Do they want to actually read their Bible? Because it does actually say that God is the one who authored evil.
He has to be.
Everything. God had to create an opposition for good because you can't be good without an evil to be a counterpart to it. And if God created the knowledge of a tree of the knowledge of good and evil, that means God created a tree that knew what evil was. Evil must have been there before that apple was eaten. And thus God would have had to have created it before he put Adam and Eve in the garden. God created evil before he created Adam and Eve. Logic. Welcome to the channel.
God smote my internet, says Ember. Sea cucumbers are delicious, but sea cucumbers are animals too, Ember.
Sea cucumbers are animals.
How do stuffs die if make the death? Yeah, exactly. Imagine the populations of animals.
Oh yeah.
God came into the garden. He had fellowship with man, and they could actually communicate with him and see him. According to the way we understand the pre-fall condition,
they would have lived forever. God warned him beforehand, if you eat from this, you're going to die. Well, Adam did eat. God told Adam, you're going to die.
God said, from dust you came, and to dust you shall return. So that's physical death. Through one man, sin entered the world, and death through sin. Adam and Eve began to die physically. The fall of man affected.
Yeah, but it took them 900 years to do it.
According to the Bible,
Adam and Eve lived to 900.
So everybody lived to 900 before the flood or into those years. Which again, I think is actually just poor record keeping. But
yes,
they've built it into their mythos now because of the poor record keeping. To say, is the elder days of the long-lived like Numenorians, I guess. Elves.
Absolutely ridiculous stuff.
Affected the whole creation. The ground was cursed. The whole creation is groaning in bondage to corruption.
Sadly, the reality of the fall is now easily seen wherever we look. In this broken world, we see pervasive death, violence, corruption, lies, hate.
Yeah, and I see a lot of it coming from Christians specifically. What's your point?
Indeed.
Man is exiled from the place of God's own presence, and that fellowship is not restored as it was. Man is going to have to labor by the sweat of his brow, and then he will return to the dust from which he was made.
Hold on. So our bodies are able to digest meat, and we have the specific body parts meant to digest meat. At the end of the flood myth, God never said it. The Bible never says anything about changing humans so that they could now digest meat. It says you're allowed to eat meat. So they could before, and they could digest it because the evil people before were eating meat. On top of that, you're able to eat animal-based proteins because you're supposed to be able to drink the milk from the sheep and everything else that you bring forth.
But you can't boil the meat. You can't boil the lamb in the milk of its mother, though. Don't be doing that crap.
So we were able to do it before, and now he said, what again?
That is what has happened to the world. So it describes entering.
You're going to die. Well, Adam did eat. God told Adam, you're going to die.
God said, from dust you came, and to dust you shall return. So that's physical death. Through one man, sin entered the world, and death through sin. Adam and Eve began to die physically. The fall of man affected the whole creation. The ground was cursed. The whole creation is groaning in bondage to corruption.
Sadly, the reality of the fall is now easily seen wherever we look. In
Really? I thought you said the present wasn't the key to the past.
this broken world, we see pervasive death, violence, corruption, lies, hate, and sin.
We saw that long ago. We saw that before Adam and Eve were even on the ground. Sorry.
Exiled from the place of God's own presence, and that fellowship is not restored as it was. Man is going to have to labor by the sweat of his brow, and then he will return to the dust from which he was made.
I think it's funny that they bring the sheep in. I mean, if we couldn't eat meat, why would we have sheep other than to drink animal stuff that comes from animals?
Well, I mean,
be able to forage the land and grow trees, and that's it.
And we didn't need clothes either because everybody was cool being buck naked. So they wouldn't need
I'm cool being naked. I mean, I don't have clothes on right now. Look at me.
Yeah, but you're a dog, though.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Were there dogs in the garden? Do they?
Well, evidently, God brought two of it. Oh.
Or were they wolves? Were they coyotes?
We'll do this. So,
what kind are you?
K9. I'm going to beat you for that one. So, you have God, I just lost my train of thought with that joke. Damn.
You dog kind?
I don't remember what I was going to say.
That is what has happened to the world. So it describes entering. The whole idea that things are subject to decay, dissolution, finally death. The whole world is like this. It has a limited shelf life, so to speak.
I mean, we would expect it to have a limited shelf life. It probably had a limited shelf life even in the garden. I mean, you can't,
That's not what entropy means.
Ember, hold on. Ember. I'm going to show you something. Ember. I do make a lot of things.
Ooh.
Quite a number of them.
I'm surprised those didn't come up earlier.
Oh, I was trying to behave a little bit. I mean, I could bring some of the other stuff that's over there down. But that's all over there. And I don't want to get my channel taken down.
changed the world profoundly. Pretty much everything was.
Oh, why not? Hold on.
Oh, here we go. Things are getting frisky now.
So I told you I make things out of paracord, right?
Mm-hmm.
And since we're sitting there going, oh, bondage.
Blow yourself up so we can see it better.
I'm gonna. I just got to make sure both gloves are on when I do this because I don't want to ruin the magic. So this.
Oh, what am I looking at? Okay, I see. Oh. I get ya. There you go.
So yeah.
Nifty. I don't like the way you're looking at me, Pops.
Okay. Make it big? Oh, trust me, it already is. After swinging that around, it is definitely. But that's the kind of
thing. Yeah, you thought you were going to be able to behave in this stream.
No. I definitely knew I wasn't. Ember said, make it big.
Embiggen it.
Damn my internet. I could have had an entirely different show. So come back on. Blazed Bunny is back on.
Blazed Bunny came back.
Yep.
Maybe.
Okay. We can get back to this guy again. Aw. Well, we still got, what? Little over an hour left, an hour 45 minutes.
Yeah, Ember's got to probably get to bed here pretty quick anyway. But
I know I get the feeling we're not going to make it through this video.
Yeah,
I have a feeling we're just not.
Since Ember's not coming back, I do want to say Ember does content like this too on her channel.
Yep.
So if you know Ember.
No, but I want to promote like a lot of the channels, of the channel members, like Ember, because I'm quite sure that she's subscribed, but not by now. Yeah, I'm at 506 now. But like, for those that are watching, subscribe to me if you're not already. Obviously, subscribe to Ember. Jump on to Barely Bearable Atheist. We're all doing like really fun content, and I'd like to get us together and start really building a community around just like the silly, furry, weird people.
Yeah. Since I'm switching into promotion mode, there's my content.
Bumblebee. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've seen you many a times.
Yes, I'm around.
Oh yeah.
Like I said, I wanted to come in since you were in your first Persona. I wanted to come in a Persona too, so I did my clown core.
Oh, it's cool.
Yeah, but if you want to support what I do, that's where you go. But me and Ember run a show called The Transpositions on Thursday nights at 7 p.m. So that's Central Standard Time. So if you want to see more Ember, anyway, that's all the plug-in I'll do for Ember tonight.
Fair enough. She says she's hitting people's buttons right now. So Omer. We'll just go with Omer.
Omer.
My Comic-Con is aggressively pro-furry. Yes! Yes, we love the furries. Furries are awesome. Okay. We are a whole 8 minutes into this movie. And we've been 8 minutes is how far we've gotten, and we can't stop making fun of it.
If they stop saying stupid stuff, we don't have to stop it. If they just say,
we might have to pause it a lot less.
The creatures were suddenly carnivorous or poisonous. Diseases and viruses emerged that were otherwise.
No, whoa, hold on. They were suddenly carnivorous. Tell me, how does that work?
What?
Especially since earlier you had a guy on that said that everybody was vegetarian up until after the flood.
Like they're grinding molars. They just fall out and are replaced by sharp carcinal teeth, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Holy cow. I mean, you can't make up this shit. They debunk themselves.
It's benign. It just radically changed everything. It even changed plants. Plants suddenly became weeds and choked out the crops.
The ground was cursed.
Okay, wait. Let's just say something about this. A weed is just a plant growing where you don't want it to. That's all weed means.
That's it.
To grow. We don't live in the original very good creation. We live in a fallen creation, a cursed creation. The fall was a massive, catastrophic, world-changing event.
So everything was corrupted. It was a tragedy on the highest possible level.
If we want to corrupt people, we'll just grab Ember, bring her back in here now that she's figured out the channel a little bit better. We'll get corrupted really quick. Right, Ember?
People had to mature before God unleashed the first judgment.
The Lord God had made a beautiful world.
You've said this like 1,000 times. I mean, God made a paradise. God made a paradise. Yes, we get it. When you move on to more of your shits,
in which everything
I think Bumblefire is a
was
little
very
bit missing
good.
right now. It's okay.
But when the first man broke God's command, man's domain was plunged into sin and death.
Why are they killing the animals? I mean, they weren't able to eat or digest meat after that. They were only able to eat meat after the flood.
Which only grew worse with the progression of time. And it was not just man who had been corrupted, but all under man's dominion. Animals became carnivores and turned on each other.
Where in the Bible is any of this? Because I've read it, and it doesn't say any of that. Nowhere, anywhere at all. It doesn't say a single word about this. So all of the stuff that he's saying right now is just him spouting off just his own bullshit. It's so bad. You can't trust these young earth creationists because they will make stuff up and make it sound like it actually is biblical when it's not biblical.
And man, where once the earth had been filled with God's goodness, now was filled with the celebration of evil and endless violence.
I want to know where that statue is because I want a copy of it. Can we like 3D print a statue like that? Because I want to take that middle thing off and give him a big dick.
Paradise, along with man's innocence, was now gone.
The funny thing is, in the gladiatorial fights, usually they didn't kill each other. In fact, it was a battle not up until the death. The reason why is if a gladiatorial fight always had a loser that ended up in death, they wouldn't have many gladiatorial fights. They didn't want to kill each other because they wanted to continue to be able to defend their territory. So showing a skull here is just a young earther not understanding what they're actually talking about again, which is fine. They can be naive if they want. Look at me being educational. I mean, why are they just filling time? My goodness.
The Lord Jesus would tell us later that just as in the days of Noah, so too with the world.
Yes, Ember, I'm pretty sure. They were wrong about a lot of things, and they continuously be wrong about a lot of things.
Come again, just before his return.
Stop with the dramatic music and get on with it already. Did that bull have a dick?
All right, I'm back. I'm sorry. I had to step away for a second.
I think the bull had a dick.
How did we get to Moloch? Where did I miss?
I don't know. You didn't miss much. I'll be keeping everybody company. I can't see shit in this.
There's not much. It's like, well, it's a nice set, like an 80s looking set.
It's
like
all dark so that they can hide their shitty fucking sets. That's what it is. That's why it's the Ark and the Darkness. It's the Ark and you can't see it well enough to know how crappy the everything is.
It looks like stock footage from Conan the Barbarian movies in the 80s.
Conan the Barbarian, you went there, huh? Okay.
Yeah. You know, swords and sorcery and all that. And
most flood geologists point out that the Earth, had a more global, warm, mild climate. And the evolutionists believe that too. It's not just because of continental drift that we find pine tree, forest, and dinosaur fossils on Antarctica.
Yes, the reason for this. It's called Pangea. And I know if you're tuned into this channel, you already know what Pangea is. I don't have to tell you. But one of the really cool things about Pangea that a lot of people don't know is not only was all the continents put together, but if you look at the United States and then to Scotland, there is a mountain range called the Appalachian Mountain Range. It ends in North America and continues in Scotland.
The Scottish Highlands.
The Scottish Highlands is the exact same mountain chain as the Appalachian Mountains in North America.
I believe there's a Arthropleura trackway that ends in Nova Scotia and then starts again in Scotland or the Hebrides or whatever.
Yep. So like the continental plates are constantly shifting and they're moving like at all over the place. Now, of course, the Appalachian Mountains have worn down over time and are now a much shorter mountain range. So is the Scottish Highlands. Otherwise, it would be called the Scottish Mountain Range. But over time, as the continents drifted further and further apart, and someplace like Antarctica went down to the South Pole, of course, there are going to be animals and creatures that were on that continent that would have died and moved and ended up being carried on the continental plates to the South Pole where Antarctica currently sits.
Ooh, I got a fun science fact that goes with that real quick. Plants first evolved in Antarctica when it was closer to the equator.
Yep.
It had a seaway running between it and I think it was it might have been Africa. Regardless, it had a warm water seaway, and that's where it was warm and shallow and sunny, and that's where plants said, "Hey, we're gonna start eating light while we're right here in this shallow water."
Well, the first plants that ate light were actually in the water. That was plankton.
Mm-hmm.
And
but it was in that seaway, and down by Antarctica. Yeah. If you look at at least that's where the oldest fossils of plants we have. I shouldn't say that we know for sure they evolved there, but yeah, they evolved in this.
It's a scientific estimation that it's probably in that area.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good estimation given the actual evidence. I'd love to see these guys have some evidence once in a while, but I never end up seeing it, or it's just
come on, Dr. Jackson.
All right, come on, Dr. Jackson, give me something.
Just because those continents were once in different places, but because the Earth had a warmer, milder global climate, heavier, lusher vegetation, greener, thicker forest that stretched further towards the poles and away from the equatorial zones. Right.
So eating an apple made the weather change too, apparently.
Can we just collectively facepalm at how stupid that was? That the Earth was so warm, that the climate was so warm, that plants were on Antarctica. The rest, if plants were on Antarctica, the weather at the equator would be so hot, life couldn't exist. And without the cold ice on Antarctica, this life wouldn't exist. Oh my God. Okay, so let's bring this to
There's been times where the poles were green, but at those times
they were somewhere else.
The continent, well, no, the actual poles, regardless of what continent was there, the poles were green or greener than they are now anyway. But at those times, you're talking about when the you mentioned Pangea earlier, where it was a desert in the middle of it. It was I think the average temperature was. I'm trying to do the math in my head for the.
In the middle of Pangea was a massive desert. It started to green up when the North American plate started moving away from the European plate and the African plate.
Yeah.
And water came in to give nutrients into the ground into the soil there. But
that's what an ice age is, right? It's when we're in an ice age now. Anytime when there's ice at the poles,
no,
it's an ice age.
No.
Anytime there's the poles have glaciers is the ice age. It means you're in an ice age.
An ice age is when it gets down. It was when it starts to drive down past a certain point that it's considered an ice age.
That's glacial maximum.
We are just outside of an ice age. We
are in an ice age. And you're thinking of the glacial maximum. They'll call it the last glacial maximum. Humans. There's not been a time where there were humans on the Earth that we weren't in an ice age. We are an ice age animal. There's current
over time we'll end up evolving into a different kind of animal where we don't need as much water to survive.
Well, you're not an ice age animal. You're a well, I guess a husky.
No, I am definitely an ice age animal. I am a husky. I live and thrive for the cold. Trust me, I wish it were more cold right now.
I think when did canids evolve in the Miocene?
Ice age. I mean, canids that you see today were like we came about.
So,
are you talking about Canidae as in general?
Yeah, what would be the oldest? We're way off track. We're never going to get through this video. When did canids evolve?
Canidae evolved probably close to, if not before the last ice age.
40 million years ago.
No. Canidae started evolving after the Cretaceous Paleogene epoch.
They're within the Cenozoic for sure. Yeah, at the beginning, sometime with the early Cenozoic.
Because during the KPG, during the what the heck's the name of that crater? Chicxulub.
Are you talking about the Chicxulub crater? And yeah.
During after the Chicxulub impact, the reign of the dinosaurs actually came to an end, and it was just like a couple of really small mammals that were able to survive, and those started exploding, and that's how most of the things that we have now came to be. So the stuff that you see now, like the orders of Canidae, Ursidae, Felidae, those came out, I think, only in the past 100,000 years.
Myacids.
So it would have been long after the last, because the last ice age was about 10,000 years ago, And so, but the Chicxulub impact happened long before that, but yeah, so Canada would have come around before the last ice age, but after Pangea had separated. And after the Cretaceous Paleogene era, epic.
Yeah, so the first carnivorans, which is the ancestor. So there's two branches to carnivora. There's the feliforms and the caniforms. And the feliforms, cats, hyenas, civets, mongoose.
Felidae and Canidae.
Yeah, and then the caniforms is bears, canids, foxes, seals, otters, skunks, pandas, all that good stuff. And they split about 40 million years from each other. So the carnivora, at least as an order, is about 50 million years old.
Yep.
So yeah, it's they've been around for canids been around for a long time, a lot longer than apes.
Oh yeah. Okay, we're never gonna get. You're right. We're never gonna get through this. Let's get going. Let's get back on track. Oh my god, I love going off on tangents with you. You're fun. We gotta have you on more often.
Now we just don't have the kinds of forests that could generate the coal deposits that we have, or provided the vast source for the carbon that would have been necessary for the coal seams.
No, don't you fucking dare. Don't you fucking dare, bitch. I swear, I will burn the last hour of this video. I will burn the last hour of this live stream if you even say it. I'm telling you right now, you don't want to go there with me. Don't.
We have today, we would have had to have had a lusher, warmer, more forested, more vegetated Earth.
Clearly, the amount of vegetation in the pre-flood world was far superior, far more luxuriant. Today's world is a desert by comparison.
Is it talking about the Maastrichtian era? I guess. But that'd be my assumption, like the end of the end Cretaceous, because you think about when plants, like what we consider a lush jungle of plants, right? In the modern concept, you think of the late Mesozoic when angiosperms really started to take off. So there's lots of grasses and flowering plants and stuff like that, which didn't exist for most of the Mesozoic. Most of the age of the dinosaur, there were no flowering plants. For most of the time, there were no
most of
grasses.
them were green. Most of them were green or trees, stuff like that.
So I can only assume that these people have the idea of like a jungle environment covering the planet is going to be something that's like Maastrichtian, late Cretaceous,
well,
right before.
That's fine, but I mean the problem is like you can't have a forest everywhere. It is a problem because like you can have warmer closer to the poles. You can have like more typical of like North America closer to the poles if you wanted to, but the closer you get that green band to the poles, the browner the equator is going to be and the less hospitable it will be around the equator for plants.
Yeah, I just got to point to the Carboniferous rainforest collapse. That was really a massive extinction event because the world became too green. and the air was oxygenated to the point where it was like combustible if there was lightning. There were no decomposers, so these the carbon that these plants were sucking out of the atmosphere was just sinking into these big massive swamps that covered huge tracts of land. And there were really, other than at the end of the Carboniferous, other than some invertebrates and maybe some amphibious tetrapods, there weren't any animals or anything. Just plants were running. Plants and arthropods were running this world, right?
Yep.
And it collapsed on itself because there was too much oxygen. Okay, go on, play away. I'm sorry.
It's okay. No, that's what this channel's for. That's the whole point. I can't believe we're done.
Pre-flood world
We're almost
would have
at
been
4
like a
hours.
much gentler topography, a much easier climate, much more prolific vegetation and animal life. We have many creatures in the fossil record that are just like today, but they were much larger.
Holy crap, he sounds like Trump.
Fossil record. That indicates that the pre-flood world was much more suitable for biological life.
That guy sounds exactly like Trump. It's crazy.
The pre-flood world was much more complex for life, so it was a good world. And
some smart people are saying it's the best one.
Some smart people are saying it was the best world, and I want to get the United States back to that. Let's make America Eden again.
According to the Mormons, Eden is in Missouri, so that makes sense. This tracks. What do you think that is in the cage behind him? Is that a Calico-theer?
Looks like his wife.
They wouldn't have had impassable
I'm
mountain
sorry.
ranges.
Guys, I'm really sorry. Please don't cancel me for that. It was a joke.
Ember, where's the see? Ember doesn't have their soundboard. That would have been.
Oh yeah.
It wouldn't have had huge desert areas. God created the world to be inhabited. Prior to the flood, mankind had wrecked their environment to a large degree. The Bible talks about the wickedness of man. In Genesis 6, it speaks of every thought of man's heart was only evil continually, and that the whole...
Really? I find that hard to believe.
If there weren't deserts,
where is that biblically? Other than like it just says man in general had an evil heart, and even afterwards, even after the flood, God said, "Yeah, I know I can't do anything about it." Well, if God was all knowing, He would have known that before He killed everybody.
Ember's listening from bed now. We're in bed with Ember.
Ember.
Mm-hmm.
Ember.
Of course, he's tails wagging.
Ember. Bend over, I'll drive.
I want to kick me.
The whole world is filled with violence because of man. To me, I think it would be a very frightful place to live.
The intents and thoughts of the human heart were only
I am
evil.
so gonna get my channel
the earth
like
was filled
killed
with
for this.
violence, and all flesh had
get
corrupted
yoinked.
its way on the earth. So it was excessive
I'm gonna get in so much
sin
trouble.
and violence and wickedness. And God said,
Okay, guys, we get it. Yeah, humanity was terrible. And humanity sucked. And I think humanity was the worstest persons in the world. And humanity was evil. And humanity. Yes, we get it. Can you move on to your evidence, please?
So, like this logic, right? It's like if we say somebody got tried and found guilty of murder, right? Maybe even a serial killer. Someone's killed multiple people. And they get tried and found guilty of it, and they go through capital punishment, right? The idea in the Bible is that we should also then put their children through capital punishment too, because they're from a wicked bloodline.
Sins of the father.
Yeah.
Yep.
What?
Yep. Put the kid in jail. Because he's supposed to, right?
that I'm going to destroy the earth.
The remnant, Noah and his family, they found grace in God's sight. Apparently they were not of those that corrupted. God took that remnant of mankind, was able to preserve it.
But one of the things people find interesting is the lifespans of humans before the flood. And Noah was 600 years old. And after he got off the ark, he lived 350 more years. He was 950 years old when he died. Now, his son...
Wait a minute. I don't think he was actually 950.
You think he lied on
his... I thought he was 700. I thought the Bible said 700. I may be wrong. I could be wrong. But
he spent a long time building that boat.
Yeah,
I guess it's not really a boat.
For him to do it by himself, I mean, it's...
with no tools or anything. I guess he had the animals to help. Did the animals help?
The animals help. The funny thing is, listen to this. So, you've heard of the Ark encounter, right?
Yes.
Okay. So they wanted to make the Ark as biblically accurate as they could. So I have a question. If they wanted the Ark to be as biblically accurate as they could, why did it take them like 2 years, cranes, and a crew of a couple of 100,000 people when Noah took 1 year and did it with him and his kids?
And then they filed an insurance claim for water damage, for flood damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so bad. The whole thing is just so bad.
I think actually part of these scenes are being shot in the Ark Encounter. I think where the bald guy, what's his name?
Some of it is in the Ark Encounter.
He's in there. When I asked what that was behind him, that's one of their exhibits. But yeah,
when I get to at 2,000 subscribers, I've said I'm gonna take the whole suit and go to Dinosaur Adventureland
in Lenox, Alabama.
In Lenox, Alabama, just north of Pensacola.
Oh boy, you better
listen to Kent Hovind a lot. I'll tell you what. Since we just hit the 500 and we got that one, we'll do another long-term goal and say at 10,000, I'll take the suit to the Ark Encounter.
Ooh.
2,000 and I go to Kent's Dinosaur Adventureland. 10,000 and I go to the Ark Encounter.
Oh my gosh!
Me walking in through the Ark Encounter in full suit.
I'm more concerned about you at the Dinosaur Adventureland because you look like something that they could eat.
Yeah, true. No, but I'm gonna scare the shit out of those ducks.
Just stay away from the lake.
No, but the idea is like at Dinosaur Adventureland, I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna have a GoPro. I'm gonna have a GoPro and just be like, look, I'm gonna be coming in, but it's gonna be me and a GoPro. It's gonna be for my channel. But after the tour, I'd like to have a discussion or sit down and have a discussion with Mr. Hovind. He could put it on his channel and I'll put it on my channel, but I don't want to have a debate because I know his usual debate tactics is duck and dodge. So I just want to have a discussion and maybe educate him on a couple of the things that is the actualities of like evolution, because he does his dogs become dogs, cats become cats thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually right.
Right, it's monophily.
Dogs do become dogs. Cats do become cats. Canidae will always produce a Canidae. Felidae will always produce a Felidae. That's just how everything works. But the problem is, Kent doesn't think that by definition. He will have a dog become a dog, sure, but my Chihuahua should be able to give birth to a Great Dane, or a wolf, or a hyena, because that's what his generic dog kind is supposed to be able to do.
Which is wild because hyenas are feliforms, not caniforms. But
well, I mean,
no, he does believe that. No, you're right. Yeah. The creationists put hyenas
that
with
my
the dogs.
Generic dog is going to birth a wolf, a fox, an African wild dog, a dingo, a coyote. I mean, they think he's going to birth all of these things.
Yep.
Really? I mean, why don't we see that today? Why don't I go out and I see a wild wolf giving birth to a coyote? Why does this not happen, Kent? But he thinks it does, and by his own lights, we should observe this, but we don't, because the changes are slow and subtle over millions of years for these things to change. Anyway, continuing on.
Ones that got off the ark didn't live that long themselves, but they lived into their 500s. And then the next generation, the 400s, the 300s, when you're getting to Terah, Abraham's father, living into his 200s. Abraham lived to 175. And it was an exponential decay in the lifespans.
Adam and Eve had no mutations. The first 10 patriarchs before the flood had very low mutation rates. And so they were all living to be about the same age.
When did he examine their genes?
And that's when this incredible degeneration of humanity happened. There was this incredible decline in longevity.
Hold on.
We had plenty of
Humans
mutations
evolved to live shorter.
That we're living shorter lives now. Yeah, that's what they're often the claim, that there was a golden age, But mutations started impacting our development way before there were humans, though.
Yeah.
I mean, we became humans. We already had millions of mutations. And we've had millions of mutations since then in recent history that we know about that changed the way, like drinking milk, drinking milk into adulthood from non-human species. That's a new mutation. Your body shouldn't be able to process that, but since we kept doing it, our bodies finally developed a mutation that tolerates such consumption.
Yeah, the people that are lactose intolerant, those are the normal ones.
Right.
We've
We're the
evolved
mutant.
to be able to drink milk. If you can drink milk, you're one of the adapted ones. So, yeah, being lactose intolerant is a disease. Being able to drink milk is.
You're a milk mutant.
Yep, you're a milk mutant, just like me. Why would pre-Jesus humans live longer than post-Jesus when the sin was stronger back then? It's a good question. Because the Bible actually says that the oldest a person can live is 120, and the oldest person was 122.
Yep.
So yeah,
Comet.
We blew that one away.
Yeah, there's been
plot the data.
As I say, there's been super centurions for quite a while now.
So. Oh yeah.
It's astounding because the data, which is straight out of the Bible, and you wouldn't expect scientific data in the Bible, but the data follows a strict decay curve.
And what? The Bible decays on a curve?
I mean, no, he's talking about the people's ages, and that it fits science. No, it doesn't.
It's bad record keeping.
Don't live to like hundreds and hundreds of years old.
It's literally just bad editing that they've made canon. Is all it is.
Yeah, the Bible is the only text anywhere that says people live to over 122. That people live to like 900 years old. No other civilizations on Earth actually had that. Even civilizations that date prior to the flood of Noah.
So
with written text documents, none of them are alleged to have lived that long.
So swamis of Hindi religion will say that they've lived for thousands of years, but they mean they've been reincarnated, right? That they've lived multiple lives. And that's, a different approach to it, but at least they're acknowledging that somebody didn't actually, live in one body for that long. Although I just covered this last weekend on my show that there were the people claiming to live hundreds of years in China and stuff, claiming that they were were ancient.
Variables back.
We got Blazed Bunny back in the back room too. It looks like.
Oh, we do. Blaze Bunny. There he is. Add to stage. Yeah. Hi, Blaze.
Hey.
Hey, everyone. Sorry, my internet keeps on dropping here.
It's okay. We have to have the channel's favorite bunny. Blazed is the OG bunny of the Fluffy Atheist.
The OG bunny. If Blaze is a bunny and you're a husky, you should be chasing Blazed all around here. I've had a husky before. They love bunnies.
Oh yeah. I have chased many a rabbit in my day. Okay, let's get back to this guy because he's dumb.
Stunning.
Still alive.
In the Bible, we are told that before the flood, men lived to be nearly 1,000 years old. The average age of men at the time was so staggeringly high compared to today that some have a difficult time comprehending how such longevity was even possible. Yet, a major clue.
No, I mean, like I said, the Bible is the only place where it even remotely says that people lived over 150, unless like reincarnation, like you were talking about.
Yeah, but look at the top of the page. We're going to talk about Methuselah. I think he was the oldest, right? Methuselah.
Yeah.
Lies within the ages given to us in the book of Genesis. In almost computer-like fashion, the book of Genesis reveals that the post-flood lifespans of the genealogical line of Adam following mathematical concepts known as exponential decay, meaning that if you were to graph the lifespans of all of the men after the flood, you don't see a linear line gradually sloping down, as you would likely see if the ages were made up. But instead, what you see is an exponentially decaying curve with
As the records look better and make more sense the more modern they are, is the message that you should take away from this.
Yeah, because wow, that's kind of
Like,
silly.
That's
It literally looks like this was created and just to make it look this way. That's so bad.
variations, since no two people are alike. Would the men who recorded these ages through history really have conspired together to create data that follows an exponential decay curve? Instead, what we see resembles exactly the type of data we would expect in the aftermath of a worldwide flood, revealing a steep initial drop-off of lifespans just after the flood due to the catastrophic environmental changes.
No, that's not why. And it's actually written in the Bible why, and it's because God said he didn't want people to live that long. Not because of environmental changes, it's God didn't want them to live that long, so they didn't.
Yeah, he's like, enough of that crap. Y'all gotta die.
Yeah, he's just making shit up as he goes along. Sometimes I get the idea that they don't even read their own Bible to understand what the hell's being said. The way you get an exponential curve is to pick the ages that fit an exponential curve. Yep, pretty much. Take the data that fits your narrative throughout the rest. The typical young Earth creationist or even flat earther trope.
Well, that's just how you interpret the Bible. I mean, if you try to do a plain reading of it, people get mad at you. You got to interpret it.
No more access to nutrient-dense foods from the world that was lost. And genetic...
No, you're a dumbass, because now that they're able to eat meat, they have more access to nutrients. Oh my goodness.
That's the thing too, is we didn't have like a lot of cognitive ability before we started eating meat that gave us the proteins that we needed to develop our giant brains. So
yeah,
were not before present. The truth is that no one at the time of recording these metrics would even think to plot them in an exponential decay curve if they were making a fiction. This sophisticated decay curve is actually the result of a real and easily provable flood event.
Easily provable.
The objection.
I'd like to see one proof, because all they've done so far, and we've been doing this thing for 15 minutes, so we're a quarter of the way through the video, with 1 hour left, so we got 45 minutes to go through in 1 hour. We're not going to make it.
Did you know that Barely Bearable has been to a presentation by Henry Morris and Dwayne Gish?
Oh my goodness.
That's like
Before the flood, there was a vapor canopy above the atmosphere. Okay, so they were vaping. I am a bad joker. Where's my rim shot joke? Ember, where are you?
Objections to Noah's flood are mostly ridicule and laugh out louds. The only serious things are maybe trying to say, well, where did the water go? Where did the water come from? And then lampooning Noah's Ark. There was a Discover Channel special called Noah's Ark, The True Story.
Yeah.
The True Story.
So did you notice that they didn't actually say anything about like where all the water did go? They just said, oh, they just say this. And okay, let's hear it.
Where they showed actors portraying the traditional biblical version of the story of Noah's Ark, and then they showed you the true story. And Noah was dressed in a tunic, was bare-chested, had a shaved head, looked like an Egyptian, and Noah's Ark was a beer barge. I'm not kidding. Look it up. Discover Channel, Noah's Ark, the true story. How do they know that?
How do you know it?
So
they don't know it.
Are they talking about? So if you look into the book of Enoch, there's stories about Noah that say that he's basically half Nephilim. He was albino. He had like glowing eyes. Really cool stuff. That's why he was chosen to be the person to carry on humanity.
Yeah.
But when he was born, his dad was like, "What the fuck?" about how he looked, because he looked like one of the sons of God, like one of the angels. So he's like, "What's with this kid?" And he goes to talk to Enoch about it, because Enoch was his dad, and Enoch's like, "Yeah, an angel banged your old lady. Deal with it."
Asserting that that's what the real story was, and then watched it fall apart into pieces as it, of course, was structurally not sound, ridiculing the structure of the Ark.
When I was a master student at Ohio State
No, they're not going to do the like tiny little model thing, are they? Please don't do the tiny little model thing.
University, I looked at the geometry of the cross section.
God damn it. Newsflash, that's not an accurate representation of the Ark.
That looks like a longhouse.
It's way too thick.
And if you built it like the Bible tells you to build it, it's not a ship, it's a floating box.
It's fine. I mean, it can be a floating box. The problem is how long it is and how, like, okay. So the Ark is huge. The Ark was larger than the largest wooden ship the human race has ever come up with.
Yes.
That was the actual dimensions. And I don't remember the name of the ship off the top of my head. It's in one of my videos. But do you want to know what happened to the ship that we built? It sank because of water damage. Not water damage.
Wyoming.
The Wyoming. So it split in two because it was too heavy to stay afloat.
Now, there's one factor that you're not taking into. There's one factor you're not taking into mind here, and that is that gopher wood is like biblical vibranium. It's biblical unobtainium. Gopher wood is a mysterious material through which it can withstand the heat problem of the flood, which I'm pretty sure you're familiar with the heat problem.
Yep.
All the turmoil and troubled seas, and to be able to sustain all this animal life on board. Unobtainium, gopher wood.
So the idea is, I know like everybody here already knows the problem, but for people that are tuning in after the fact, if you've made it this long, fucking hats off to you. So the problem with the wood in the ship is, if the ship is built the way it is, it's a barn, a very long barn. No matter, like, we can't find a wood on this planet that'll actually be able to survive this way. And so when they make these models like he's got in his hand to test out, they test it out using wood that is really thicker than the wood that they would have gotten. Like, with the size of this Ark, an entire tree log would have been thinner than the wood they're showing there. It would have been like not even a third of that, because the Ark was literally a football field and a half long. 450 feet is the Ark. It is half the field wide and a quarter of a field tall. I want you to go out to a football field and see how big that actually is. Go from end zone to end zone, and it's bigger than that. And they built this out of logs. You try to nail that together and then pick it up in the middle. I will guarantee you that's going to split in two no matter what kind of wood you make. And they didn't have the ways to make metal. All of this was wood and wooden pegs. They could not use metal in this thing. So this entire Ark would have split in two within the first day in the turbulent waters of the flood of Noah.
And of the length of just the straightforward reading of the Bible. And I found out that it's dynamically stable 90 degrees in pitch mode and 90 degrees in yaw mode. It means it'll go all up to 90 degrees and it'll come back.
No, it's not, and that's the point.
That thing would
What would have
tumble
happened
like
to that boat? What would have happened to that boat is the boat would have gone over onto its side, and then continued onto its roof. That way, the flat part would be at the top, and the curved, pitched roof would be at the bottom. And the reason why it would be at the bottom is the same reason why you have a keel on the bottom of a regular ship nowadays. It's because it displaces more water and allows the ship to better stability when it has a keel. The box that they built for the Ark had no keel. It was literally a barn with a floor. You can see this, like if you see a house getting swept away by a river, chances are that house is going to flip over onto its roof every time. This is why that is not a stable object.
That's way too long for how wide the ark's supposed to be, too, and what he's holding there. At least my
Yeah, because
understanding
it's
of
supposed
it.
to be a football field and a half long and then half a football field wide.
And not to mention, the whole thing is only ventilated by one window.
Yep, they all would have died from ammonia poisoning.
Lasted
Because
a day.
as soon as all those animals start having to use the bathroom, they're going to go on the floor. So what are they going to do?
Methane, ammonia. Yeah, it's going to be just
methane,
toxic
ammonia.
gases.
They're going to die. I mean, the whole thing is completely unfeasible, but they sit there and go thump, thump, Bible, Bible, God, God, yay.
That's why the Ark Encounter has an air conditioning or HVAC system built into it.
Yep.
I wonder if it's a biblically accurate one.
Did you hear they tried to put a petting zoo in there? And even with modern day ventilation, the methane was too much and they had to take it back out.
Yeah, that checks out. That sounds about right.
Yep,
just with the space available.
And that's using modern ventilation, fans and stuff that they didn't have.
Maybe they
but God powers. That's why
Noah said,
powers.
I need you guys all to hold it for 40 days. And the animals were like, okay.
No, not 40 days. 1 year.
Way longer. 1 year.
It was an entire year they were on that ship.
It rained for 40 days. They were on that ship for a year.
Yeah. Until the raven came back. Or no, it was the dove that came back with the olive brand. So there were doves and ravens, which tells me that bird is not a kind. That there are different kinds of birds. So what are birds if they're not a kind? What are they?
Yep. The fact that there were two different birds on that ark tells me that every kind was a different species.
Not that wouldn't have caused problems for the people and the animals in the ark that have been tilted that much, but that does show the stability. Certainly, whatever they could have taken in the turbulence, the ark could have taken structurally.
This is a
No, it couldn't.
200 scale ark, and I put it in my swimming pool, and we put a measurement device.
Okay, here's what you're going to do. You're going to take that same boat, and you're going to make it out of paper, because that's about how thick it would be. Now put it in there, and now see how well it's going to go. Because that's the problem that they have when they do this kind of thing, is they make these boats, they make these models where the wood is way too thick and the wood is not to scale. Yeah, front to back, side to side, top to bottom, it may be to scale. But the construction materials themselves are not to scale. And you can't scale down the ark and then not scale down, not also scale the pressure that they would have been in. Putting it in your fucking in your swimming pool isn't going to be a simulation, dumbass.
No, not to mention.
So we were able to scale.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, not to mention his model is going to be empty of nothing. What does that prove?
You got to put a lot of stuff in it too.
He'd have to put a brick or something in there.
A brick on each side to give it the best chance of splitting. Because that's what would have happened to the ark. It would have split on the first large wave. That's what happened to the Wyoming. Is it burst in two?
Because the wood's too flexible. It bent and bent and bent, and then overextended itself and snapped. And I think it's still down there.
Afloat, they were pumps. They were bilge pumps running all the time, just
constantly,
to keep it running.
Waves. And do you know that it scaled to
constant bilge pumps
waves, and it was still stable, never turned over. 500 foot. A tsunami, by the way, is about 100 feet. So it lets you know about the dynamic stability of this.
Most of biology.
No, that's not dynamically stable. Build one actually the actual size and run that out. And I dare you, every single young Earth creationist, get aboard that. Build it to actual size. Get out and push it out into the water. Please tow yourself out into the middle of the ocean and float there. We will ship food to you so that you can eat. No problem.
Prove
we'll leave you out there for 1 year and see what happens. I'll guarantee not one of you would want to do it because you'd be afraid of dying on that ship. But you say it's perfectly safe, and you scaled it, and you tested it. It should be perfectly safe. It's perfectly stable, perfectly fine. Great, let's test it. Bet you won't.
Didn't need to be on the Ark. Most plants didn't need to be on the Ark. Most insects didn't need to be on the Ark. Only the creatures that have breath in their lungs.
Most of the species live in the ocean, which do just fine in a flood. So the Bible doesn't say that Noah was to take 2 of every species onto the ark. It was to take 2 of every kind. Same word that's used in Genesis 1 that talks about God creating different kinds of plants and animals to reproduce after their kind. And so we think there were maybe only about 1,400 kinds and about 7,000 animals on the ark. Average.
No. That's absolutely wrong. There's way more than that. Come on.
Size, maybe a large sheep or a small cow, but most creatures much smaller than that. We're not talking about, for example, 2 Great Danes, 2 German Shepherds, 2 wolves, 2 coyotes. He took 2.
You are talking about that because you had 2 different birds that also have breath in their nostrils. They have breath in their lungs. So you have the 2 different birds. Plus, these guys think the dinosaurs were on the ark. So now I have every type of dinosaur. Or was there a dinosaur kind? Really?
Of the dog kind on the ark.
I'm being
and we know
now.
from modern genetics that there's tremendous genetic variation built into the DNA for each kind of creature. And so creation scientists have been studying, well, what was the created kind in comparison to our modern classification system? And they think that in most cases it was equivalent to approximately the family level. The evolutionists just exaggerate because they focus on species.
Then why were there 2 different types of birds? Like Bumble was saying, why were there 2 different types of birds if that's the case?
Right. Are birds a kind? That's a good question. I never thought to ask a creationist when I had one.
Yeah, no. Kent Hovind says a bird kind.
Yeah. So were the dove and the raven, were they the male and the female of the bird kind? Oh goodness.
Oh my goodness. I'm now picturing in my head a dove giving it to a raven. Or a raven giving it to a dove. You know, the furries might be able to do something with that.
Yeah. Would they be scalies or would they be featheries?
Who is calling me? Oh, Axionos. I can't answer you right now.
But what is a furry bird called? Or because I know reptiles and amphibians are scalies.
Avian.
Avian.
A-N.
And there's dragons too, right?
Yep. 45 minutes. Well, we officially are not going to have enough time to finish this whole show because even if I played it straight through, we're gonna. You want to just skip to like the end, and we'll just go over a bit from the end.
Yeah, let's see what the conclusion.
Yeah. Okay. We'll skip over here. Sorry, guys. We started a tangent, but it's TFA. I mean, tangents are what we do.
Marry within their language group, and from what we know of genetics, that would bring out recessive genes to become dominant and physical characteristics associated with that. But the Bible's very clear, there's only one race, Adam's race. Paul says that God made from one man or one blood all the nations to dwell upon the face of the earth. So there's absolutely no basis for saying that one group of people with a certain shade of brown skin are superior or inferior to some other people who have a different shade of brown skin. We have no basis to hate people that look different from us, because in reality, everybody looks different from me. So if I were going to hate people that look different from me, I'd have to hate everybody. So we should be loving and accepting, because we're all descended from the same couple, Adam and Eve.
You know, the interesting thing is,
and we're all from Africa.
Shows that
yeah,
humanity started in the Middle East, which we expect. If
Nope,
Torah Babylon
Africa.
is true. All these languages seem to have diverged from about that region.
Nope, from Africa.
Yep, we're all Africans.
As what was now left of the ark rested in the mountains of Ararat, God made a covenant with Noah, promising him and all of his posterity that he would never again destroy the earth and all life on it with a flood. And God blessed Noah and his sons and commanded them to once again multiply and spread out upon the earth. But on the plains of Shinar, men disobeyed God's command, and instead they came together to build a city and a great tower they intended to reach to the heavens, in an ultimate act of rebellion and rejection of God.
Are they doing the? Oh my God, these guys are
They're gonna do
it for their own good. So I just found out I got somebody over on the side chat. They just tried to call me. It turns out that I might have tickets to Woofstock.
I don't know what that is.
I don't want to say. Let me put it this way: with all the stuff that we have talked about on this live stream, I can't talk about that on this live stream. But what I will say, woof stock. And then think about the furry community.
Wink, wink.
Yeah. We're weird people, by the way.
But God came down and put stop to their tower by dividing their once unified language into many languages.
Okay, so the Tower of Babel story is 9 verses. That's it. It is 9 verses hidden away at the beginning of some book in Genesis. This whole thing is they read so much into this, it's unreal. I could literally sit here and read the 9 verses, and I would finish it in a faster amount of time that they would talk about it. They built this tower to reach the sky so that while they're working in the fields and they're out and they're actually like doing their farm work out in the field, they would be able to look back and see the city that they call home. They did this to inspire a sense of togetherness and working together, not to reach God.
Well, you know what, Corsi?
No, did it mention that?
I'm gonna make you also. You can't even talk to each other anymore now because you pissed me off. That's what God said. Yep.
So God said, "Okay, well, we don't want you guys working together. You may accomplish too much." No joke. That was why you may accomplish too much. So God said, "Okay, now all of you are gonna speak different languages." And because they couldn't understand each other, they did leave and go off and do their own thing. God does not want you to work together to achieve a higher goal. That's the story you take away from the Tower of Babel. This is a terrible, terrible story that shows a terrible, terrible God.
He's not even mad about any of the tall buildings we have now. So, yeah.
Snow Leopard just chimed in. Hi, Snow. But I haven't commented since I'm antisocial, but I want to make my mark here now. You have made your mark, and you are wonderful and loved. If you do want to change your mind and come up and be a little bit more social, please feel free. Literally, I'll give you the stream again because I love having people. And I myself also have social anxiety. I can't go out. I don't go out places because I can't. The reason why I'm here and doing this on stream is because I have control. And the only reason why I can actually do this and be social is because I have control. I couldn't mentally join someone else's live stream because I'd literally sit down in a cowering heap of nothing. So even if Snow Leopard, even if you want to come down and just hang out and chill, please do so. Just come out, even just sit there and be quiet and just listen in. But be a part of our stream. We're only going to be doing this for about another, 30 some odd minutes? We're only here for a little bit more than a half an hour. So just join the link. Come on in. Axionos Robertson, welcome in. I know Axionos. I've known Axionos for a long, long time. Hi, Axie. Please join our stream. Click on the link and you'll be able to get in. No joke. As long as you have a microphone, we allow you to basically jump in. Can at least test it to Corsi. They are very socially anxious. Yeah, she knows me well. Nothing a little wacky debacky can help, but yeah. Anyway, back to the video. I'm ranting again.
And out of confusion and fear, they stopped building the tower and dispersed into what would become the nations of the world.
Need more hydration.
It was within a few centuries after Noah and his family departed from the ark that the people of the world were of one language. But today, there are over 7,000 languages in the world, which trace back to an ancestral family group that each belongs to. For example, Italian can be traced back to Latin, its root language family. However, when linguists
they do understand how
language family,
they do understand how evolution works. Yay!
Yes. They're talking about how languages evolved. Yes, Axionos is my sister from another mother and father. We adopted each other as brother and sister 15, 17 years ago. Okay, Snow. If you change your mind, jump in. You're fine. You're going to be safe here. This is the Fluffy Atheist. Everybody is safe. You don't have to speak, or you can. It's up to you. You can come out of your shell whenever you feel comfortable with it. I don't want to push you. But the link is there, and you are welcome. You are always going to be welcome on any of my live streams. By the way, I'm going to be doing a lot more live streams because I'm having fun.
Further upstream, they encountered a serious problem. The language families would eventually lead to dead ends, otherwise known as language isolates. This directly contradicts the merged root language that evolutionists were expecting to find, or what some linguists theoretically call the elusive total world language.
No, that's not what we actually think. I mean, it's possible, but we think languages evolved in different places in different societies, and there's going to be different roots for all the different societies. So eventually, yeah, you're going to come up onto a dead end where a language doesn't have a predecessor. And we can only go back so far. So even if all languages had one base language that it started from, that base language is probably long gone and completely lost to history, along with the languages that came about after them, until we get to a point where we have the latest historical records. So none of this is any proof that the story of the Tower of Babel has any validity. On top of that, we don't even know where the tower was, and that was pretty fucking big to have only happened about what 4,000 years ago. We have buildings that we can date back pre-flood, and we know they were there, and we can date them to that time because they fucking dated them to that time. So we have pre-flood era buildings, but we can't find a giant Tower of Babel. Please spare me.
Instead, what they find are a bunch of languages that seems to have emerged out of nowhere.
They think they
Unless,
know
of
where
course,
it's at
you
right there,
factor
don't
in-
they?
Yeah, they think they know where it's at.
There's actually
They
a
think that's where the
volcano
Tower
right
of
there.
Babel was, but that's not even where the Tower of Babel was. Let me blow that up a bit. So where am I going to do this? How am I going to get that all the way up?
Okay, that looks like
There it goes.
Iraq.
So-
What they had? That's Baghdad.
Yeah, no, the Tower of Babel, I think, would have been a bit north of that, like a good deal north of that.
Yeah, that
No,
looks like
that's
it's probably not from Baghdad. Looking at the map right now and comparing it to what they're showing.
I mean, it's close. They're close, but I mean, I'd expect them to be at least somewhat close. But yeah, that's not right at all.
The events that took place at the Tower of Babel, which provides an incredible explanation evolutionists refuse to accept. Further still, consider that when you trace known languages on a map,
Oh, wait a second. Was that Al
something very
Safa?
telling occurs.
What?
Are they saying Al Safa is? That wasn't Al Safa though. Do you know what Al
I'll
Safa
bring it
is?
back. No.
Okay, here.
Evolutionists were expecting to find, or what some linguists theoretically call the elusive proto-world language. Instead, what they find are a bunch of languages that seems to have emerged out of nowhere. Unless, of course, you factor in the events that took place at the Tower of Babel, which provides an incredible explanation evolutionists refuse to accept. Further still, consider that when you trace known languages on a map, something very telling occurs. Many of the earliest languages trace back to one location on Earth, a place commonly referred to as the cradle of civilization.
Yeah, it's because where we came from. No shit. Good job. You figured out where humans came from in the evolutionary tree. Someone want to give them a fucking cookie?
Well, that's
Anyone?
where. Yeah, that's where.
Axionis, can you give him one of your poisoned cookies? If you're still there.
Mesopotamia. And what's also revealing is that the time frame of many languages also trace back to that approximate point in time, which is just after the flood and Tower of Babel in the 3rd millennium BC.
That's actually very incorrect. So, yeah. So we have evidence of written languages dating back long before that. And if it was the 3rd era BC, no, because Noah, we have evidence of languages dating back other than the one true language that they say they have. We have multiple languages dating back to 5,000 years before before Christ. So that's 7,000 years ago. What is it?
Yeah, so the Earth is supposed to be.
So he thinks the Earth is 6,000 years old. That means
4,000 BC.
4,000 BC, meaning that the Earth would have been flooded at 4,400 BCE, which would have been 2,400 years before Christ. And we have different civilizations and different languages being observed and being written down, which would have dated back to about 3 and 4,000 BCE, which would have been before the flood of Noah, which would have been before the Tower of Babel. Because the Tower of Babel would have had to have happened at minimum like several hundred years after Noah, because Noah is already dead and gone by the time the Tower of Babel story comes about. So Noah's gone, and then the languages change.
See,
so
here's
with
the
that
thing,
much stuff that we have,
is that the oldest written languages that we know are Sumerian, which is right around this region where we're talking about. That's where we think that at least most of the early languages spawned from. So they're taking a kernel of truth that, that this was the region where these languages originated, because the oldest languages that we have written records of are from this period in this area. But that's to do with the fact that was the first time that humans urbanized, because of agriculture sprang up in the area. And once you're able to not have to hunt and gather all the time, you can work on other things like devising written languages.
Yep. And when and it all didn't come from one specific area. There was actually anywhere there was a major river was where we ended up where languages started coming up.
The Ganges,
Yeah, we came out a couple of languages came directly out of Africa where we originated. Others came around the Mediterranean Sea, where there were a lot of rivers that led into that sea, and thus those rivers, like the Nile being one of them, and ancient Egyptian languages being one of the more prevalent in the area. Wherever there was a major freshwater river, agriculture could take place. Wherever agriculture could take place, a language would have been developed by the people who moved and lived in those areas. And so each different place ended up with its own individual language. Unfortunately for this guy, languages also developed in China, independent from the ones that happened in Europe and Africa.
In North America? In South America?
And some of them coming around in North America. And some of them coming out in South America.
You just need to be able to barter. You need to be able to barter with your neighbors. That's the main thing. So you're going to have to be able to barter with your neighbors and trade, your goat milk for my tomatoes or whatever. You're going to have to be able to talk to each other.
Has hundreds and hundreds of different languages just in the different villages that are in there. And we can't even find all the villages in the jungles in Brazil.
And languages like the Sentinelese from North Sentinelese Island, we don't even know what their language is related to, because there's been so many different regional languages, language systems that have,
because we can't get there. By the time we show up, they kill us.
Yeah, we send your missionaries there, and they come back all plucked full of holes. Don't go to North Sentinelese Island.
North Sentinel Island. The boat is still there. Yes, did you hear about the ship that crashed on shore? Yeah, if you look at Google Maps, it's still there.
It started the Iron Age on the island. Yeah.
Yep. The ship that started the Iron Age on North Sentinel Island, because they just started taking parts of it and taking pieces of iron out of it.
Dude was called for some guns. He's like, you're either gonna have to come rescue us or drop us some guns, because they're loading up canoes to come get us. Yeah. And then the storm hit.
Could you imagine dropping guns and gunpowder on the North Sentinelese?
Oh man.
Oh
man.
Parachute a couple of revolvers down there.
Box of ammo.
Oh no! Just give them many boxes of ammo. They will literally kill each other like crazy for the fun of it. But
you think it turn into Lord of the Flies?
Yeah, pretty much.
Furthermore, linguists believe that approximately 94 proto-language families should exist in theory, and they also believe that this number may lower over time, as more research leads to more murders. By no coincidence, there are approximately 70 people groups in the biblical table of nations, recorded in the Bible around the time of the Babel event. What are the odds that the estimated...
I'm going to see if we can skip forward to a lot of this Babel stuff, because we've already shut it down.
root language families to establish a one-world government, it is impossible.
In marriage, with a total disregard to the building of the ark, to what was being preached to them, to all the things around them.
And Jesus says, just before he returns, people will be in rebellion, ignoring God, just going on, living their life.
I swear, if I'm not looking at the screen, I hear Trump. I see Trump in my head when this guy talks.
I know, right? I hear it now too, and I hate you for it a little bit. I'm a little bit mad.
You should be. I'm mad at me.
When Jesus comes and brings judgment.
There's a judgment that happened. There's a judgment.
Let's make Noah great again.
That is coming. We need to be prepared.
The Bible does talk about the last days, the end times, biblical evil.
We're Revelations now? Do we jump straight from Genesis to Revelations? Because I think that's the way that most Christians in America do it anyway.
Yeah, pretty much.
There's nothing in between.
Except, like, a lot of atrocities.
We got the return
I
of
definitely
Blaze.
want to do the Book of Judges next for Faith Around and Find Out. I have a video that I'm working on for this Friday, but after that, I'm thinking about swapping over and doing the Book of Judges, just for the fun of it.
You got Blazed backstage again.
Oh, Blazed is back. Blazed is back on stage.
Here, bunny, bunny.
Bunny, bunny, bunny,
Hey.
bunny. Bunny! We love our bunny. We like the bunny. The bunny is good.
Note on there earlier, I didn't get a comment in about their. It's funny how they say we shouldn't hate all the races, yet state there Jesus was other than white, and they freak out.
Jesus was white. Jesus was not white.
Well, I know if you tell them Jesus wasn't white, they freak out.
Oh, yeah, of course, but Jesus wasn't
Say
white.
That you tell them their Jesus wasn't white and watch them freak out.
They're dumb. It's just plain and simple. They're idiots. There's no way Jesus would have been able to be white had she given birth the way she did. And why do they have to be racist and say that Jesus has to be white? When logic would say that he isn't. He would have been literally Middle Eastern. He would have had darker skin, and that's not a problem. And there's no problem with him having that. See, me personally, I think a guy named Jesus did walk the earth. I think Jesus existed. I don't think he was the son of any god, obviously, but this guy Jesus, yeah, he existed. I think he was a medicine man. I think he was a good doctor. I think he was a healer. I don't think he healed a blind man. I think he may have gotten crust. This guy had crust in his eyes, and he made a mud to help get rid of it. And well, all of a sudden, this person who had pink eye can now see again. Oh, they healed the blind man. No, he healed the guy with pink eye. Not a big deal. Feeding the people, the whole group of people. Well, feeding the village with 7 loaves of bread and 2 fish. This was an isolated group of people, a small village. That's not a very large village. So, 7 loaves of bread and a couple of large fish. Yeah, you could feed everybody so that they weren't hungry come the next morning. It's not going to take a whole lot. So like a lot of the things that Jesus supposedly did have very easy explanations. And most of the miracles that Jesus supposedly did actually come from Greek mythology. I know we're getting off on a tangent. We really should get back to the young earth creationist thing, because young earth creationism is fun to laugh at. But I don't even know how we got on Jesus in the first place. We just did.
Because of white Jesus. Because of white conservative Jesus.
Right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Moving right along.
Old Testament accounts would be idolatry, witchcraft, the occultism, demon worship, and things like that. And the perversions
White Jesus looks like a
that go along
Jedi.
with these things.
Public schools now
search your
are
heart, you know it to be
teaching
true.
against the idea of
Gay Jesus. Search your heart, you know it to be true. Oh, yeah.
There you go.
marriage. They want to corrupt the minds of innocent hearts long before
You know what they
they've
say
even
about
thought
bunnies?
about sex at the earliest possible age. Not just sexualized, but sexualized in terms of all possible forms of deviation.
Of course, we have the plague of abortion.
What did they just say about butt sex?
I don't think they said anything about butt sex, but we will rewind.
Did you say butt sex?
No.
Marriage. They want to corrupt the minds of innocent hearts long before they've even thought about sex at the earliest possible age. Not just sexualized, but sexualized in terms of all possible forms of deviation.
Thought
Of course,
about
we have the
sex.
plague
It's kind of like
of
you said,
abortion.
thought butt sex. I kind of wish he did, but
Oh, yeah. They're just talking all about butt sex now, right? Oh, yeah. What? In the butt?
The sins
In
of
just
Moloch,
butt.
the burning of children,
Das butt.
the plague of sex trafficking, and the exploitation of the vulnerable. These things are the evils and the darknesses of our age, and they're become more prevalent and even massively institutionalized. It's a very good sign, not a good sign, but an accurate sign that we're in the same kind of darkness that was in the days of Noah. And
I mean, the only darkness that I'm seeing is like you guys hanging around in the Ark encounter with the lights off. I mean, turn the fucking lights on, dude.
That's their theme.
Oh, we got an Axionos.
Hello.
Hey, sis. I'd like everybody to meet my sister from another set of parents. We
Good to
adopted
see you,
each other.
sis.
This is my sister.
Hi.
I heart you too. Hold on. I've already been yelled at about breaking the magic. So to run the keyboard, I have to have the pause off. So I have to try to put the pause back on before I do this. And I don't know how it's going to come out, but we're going to give it a shot. Here we go. I just put the pause back on to do this. I mean, it's the worst like cart that I could ever pull off because I got big fingers.
She has a big fluffy bunny. Is that a bunny? Oh. It's a piggy.
It's a piggy.
Oh, no, it's a bat. There
Is it
you
a bat?
go. Yeah, it's got little bat wings.
Oh, it is a bat. Well, Axionos is batshit insane. Axionos, your mic is muted. Unmute your mic because we can't hear you. I mean, I have no idea what you're saying. I heard butt sex. Oh my, that makes me drier than the Sahara. Axionos! You behave, woman.
Absolute chaos.
Oh, okay. Then she's muted for a reason. Okay, what I'm going to do is we're going to get back to the video. We got about 25 minutes left in the live stream, and then yeah. I said I was going for 5 hours. We are going for 5 hours. Holy cow. You guys better love me for this.
we see that we are in that darkness now. When's the Lord coming back? The Bible says that
Never. The Lord is coming back never, because he was never here in the first place.
Nobody knows, but when it comes, everyone's going to know all at once.
Oh my. Oh, how kinky. When Jesus comes, everybody's going to know all at once. Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to spread your love all throughout the world, huh? Okay. All right. I see what you're doing. I think Axionos is laughing. I'm pretty sure. She's clapping. Yep.
Like lightning across the sky, and I tell
Bring
you,
a towel.
I want to be on the right side. Who doesn't like being on the winning team at the end? I know in this case, it's especially vital. And
you know, if you have to call Christianity the winning team, you're doing teamwork wrong. Just saying.
in the eternity sense, eternity is a timeless thing. We don't understand it.
Eternity is a really long time. Thank you, Captain Obvious.
Infinity. But we do know it's permanent. The second.
Thank you, Captain Obvious.
Coming is a wonderful, wonderful image, but it's also a time of judgment. It's also a time of finality. It's also a time of justice.
Just as the flood came suddenly, so the second coming of Christ will be sudden.
Oh, here it is.
Just as
Oh my. Come on, keep talking dirty.
It's the Trump voice, though. Could you imagine having Trump talk dirty to you? No.
It's going to be the greatest orgasm. It's going to be good. Let's make America shoot again.
I can't unhear the things, you know that, right?
Again. There you go. Make America mate again.
I can't unhear the things that you say in the Trump voice.
It's going to be a good meeting.
the flood was certain, so the second coming of Christ is certain and will actually happen. That judgment of the flood is a warning of the judgment to come.
Oh, God. God killed everybody on the planet, and that was the warning. Really? That's like drowning a cat and saying that's a warning to another cat. I'm going to kill all the cats in the world, leave one alive. When Felidae comes back, that was just the warning. You just wait. Because next I'm going to kill everybody.
Here we go.
Really? That was the warning. God.
He's going to use
These
fire,
guys
I think.
listen to themselves. Go ahead, Bumble.
I was saying he's going to use fire this time. He used water last time, so this time it's supposed to be fire. I'm kind of hoping for asteroid, but volcanoes could be a possibility too, you know.
Oh, asteroid impact would be great. Well, we do have Apophis. There is always Apophis.
You know,
hit that keyhole.
Maybe climate change is the cooking us. Maybe he's slow cooking us, like turning up the heat a little bit at a time.
So he's getting us nice and tender?
Yeah. The oven's preheating for Revelations.
The earth is preheating for Revelations. Oh man. I like you. We have to have you on again.
Let it be canon.
Jesus Christ is the most written of and influential person in all of world history. But what has made so many throughout the millennia believe that he is who he says he was? God in human flesh, the Savior of mankind, the Messiah who is prophesied of in the Bible.
Oh, Jesus H. fucking Christ on a popsicle stick. Get on with it.
You see, the Bible is the only book on earth that has repeatedly proved its inspiration of God by virtue of telling us the future in advance. For example, Around 626 BC, Jeremiah the prophet predicted Israel would be conquered, Jerusalem and the temple would be destroyed, and the Babylonians would rule over God's people, taking them captive into exile for 70 years. And shortly after this prophecy was written.
But what does this have to do with the young earth? I mean, seriously, this is the Ark and the Darkness.
They got to wedge Jesus in. We're getting towards the end.
Well, yeah, but that has nothing to do with the Ark or young earth at all. I mean, I don't fucking care about your Jesus fetish. Move on. Oh, it's more Jesus.
Well, if Jesus has been around during the flood, he would have been able to walk on that motherfucker.
Walk on the water. My mind went exactly where yours did, like straight up, instantly. If Jesus was around during the flood, he would have been able to walk up to the fucking ark and knock on the door.
Right.
Axie's back. Blazy's back.
Welcome back.
And so God sent his son, the Lord Jesus Christ, to die on the cross.
We're still going over it. Oh my goodness. Are we down? We're down. You know what? We're down the last 15 minutes. So let's just end this. Okay.
Okay. So, I dropped a great little 10-minute video that you should check out in the side chat when you have some time. It's about the day that the day of the flood happened, allegedly. It's an archaeological moment in time. Yeah. Well, I posted in our private chat because I don't have a range to post in the live chat.
Oh. I have a private chat. Look, I'm just learning this thing.
Yeah, there's on the...
Okay, well, we've got about like 15 minutes left. So why don't we do this? In the last 15 minutes, Bumble, why don't you talk about a little bit about your channel and promote yourself for a bit? Because, well,
okay,
we might get a bit more.
Hi, yeah, I'm Bree, Bumble Bree, and I run a channel called Hive Size. You can see right there. We do a show every Saturday morning called Live from the Hive. Usually I will start with Cryptic Corner, where I debunk some cryptozoology video or ghost video or something along those lines. Then we'll do what I call Getting Weird With It, where I'll take people doing young earth creation, flat earth, satanic deals with the devil for pop stars, nonsense like that, and break it down, and we'll debunk that. And then, yeah, it's a fun time. Usually have some good laughs. And I'm also the executive producer of the Transpositions. We are a transgender news network by trans people for trans people. It's the Transpositions on YouTube. It's myself, Ember, who was on here earlier, Stephanie Helms, and Carly Chardonnay Webb does our sports. She's from Outsports, and she used to work for ESPN. So we got a pretty nice cast and crew bringing you a weekly show. It runs about 3 hours. You have to watch the whole thing, of course, but we do welcome anybody to bring transgender topics to the forefront so that we can make sure that they're being addressed and broadcasted, because a lot of the news and information about what's impacting us as a community is not made readily available, and it's unfortunate. So we're trying to change that.
That is awesome.
That's, yeah. Are you in a haze? It looks like you're in a haze.
I know. I don't know what's going on, but no, I'm not in a haze or anything. It's kind of weird. Like it's just some weird effect that's going on in the house.
Yeah. Interesting.
It's been like this since like first thing, but anyway, I'm Corsi. This is the Fluffy Atheist. You all know that by now. I think I lost. Blazed, do you want to jump in and do you have anything to promote?
No, not me. I don't have anything to promote.
You sure?
Yeah.
You can say anything you want. All right. Axionos, do you want to come on mic and say anything? 1 second.
Keep it a woman.
Oh.
Leapfrog with the jackalope.
She wants to play leapfrog with a jackalope. That means getting something where the sun don't shine in a very painful way. Leave it to Axionos. Anyway, well, I guess we'll end up calling it here because we're really close and we've got like a couple of more minutes and we would have been streaming for 5 hours because we got started a little bit early. So we're like 4 minutes in. I think this will do. You guys have a great time?
Yeah, this was fun. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. On that note, we'll probably get out of here. I am coming out. There's going to be a show on Friday, and it's going to involve a Sunni Muslim who thinks he knows how to prove God exists through humans and our nature. It's going to be interesting. After that, we're going to be going and doing next Monday. We're going to be returning to the Kent Hovind seminar series because he did come out with something new. I just haven't gotten to it yet because this happened. So I hit 500 subscribers and I'm like, well, push him off to the side for a while and we'll just do this. Fun time.
I sure hope you get whacked soon. You deserve a good whacking.
Oh yes, I do. I really want to be on Whack an Atheist. I absolutely need Whack an Atheist in my life.
I've been trying to get whacked for years, just saying. So if you get whacked before me, I'm gonna be like, well. But I had my own Nat Powell exclusive, so that's.
If you're a good girl.
Ooh. That is a neat little toy. You said you make those, right?
Yes. Anyway, for now, I guess we can just close it. So I'm going to move to full screen. Unfortunately, I'm going to kick you guys off and close the show. Okay? All right. Thank you guys for coming.
Absolutely. Take care. Bye-bye.
You too. Well, it's just me now. So I guess it's just as easy to say, well, I am Corsi, and this is the Fluffy Atheist. Thank you for tuning in. I told you, I promised you I was going to get 500 subscribers and I would do a 5-hour live stream. It has been 5 hours. I am exhausted. I have been drinking water through this thing. Anyway, if you haven't yet, we'll just close it out now. I am Corsi, and this is the Fluffy Atheist. Pet those like and subscribe buttons, and remember, if like a little research goes a long way. Let the Fluffy Atheist and our wonderful friends do it all for you. Fuck, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. That was the wrong outro. Well, at least more than one thing fucked up. Video file. Sub exit. There we go.